How's it going, everybody? And welcome to the Honor of Kings Campus Series Western Europe Final. I am BLAM, and with me is RAAFAA, and this is an event like no other, right? This is our first college event for Honor of Kings.
This is so exciting, Blam. We're pretty much continuing the life surge of Honor of Kings Esports on a global scale with its first collegiate event of its own kind, here dubbed the Honor of Kings Campus Series, aka the KCS. This is the Western Europe region starting off for the day, and then later we're gonna continue with the KCS Americas version later on. But
Mhm.
that's for later. Right now, it's all about Western Europe and seeing the best of collegiate, the best of campus players that Western Europe has to offer, and just getting a glimpse at some of the overall teams and the players that have battled out all the way to our very last day of the competition. We now get to see the best remaining teams and a chance for them to live in the limelight here broadcast on the official HOK esports stream.
Yeah, speaking of limelight, though, it's got to be difficult for you, Rafa. Time zone wise, is this kind of more like the
Oh
college
my
lifestyle that
goodness.
you were going for at this time in your life?
Well, you know what? Getting up here in United States, here in Utah, at currently 5:46 a.m., where it is, bright and shining for y'all over across the pond. You know what? Normally at this point, I would rather be in bed, but when I got the chance to cast, some of the brightest in the collegiate scene over in Western Europe for Honor of Kings, I don't need any coffee. I don't need any black tea or English breakfast tea. That's all the caffeine I need to get wired up and ready to see these kids clash it out here on the gorge.
It might be all the caffeine that you need, but the players that are going to actually be on the gorge today, I suppose there is going to be a lot of caffeine needed for these guys because they are going to be still pretty much trying to be on point of this competition, right? Like we had the qualifiers from like a few days ago, and now we are getting into obviously the semifinals as well. So
Mm.
obviously everything's going to be here to be played for. But let's have a little bit of a look at the breakdown here, right? So qualifier 1 and 2 took place on the 9th of May. Quarterfinals happened yesterday, and then today is where the action pop-ups, Rafa.
That's right. And to be quite honest here, Blam, we've had this in the works since March 18th earlier this year. That's when
Yep.
registration for the Honor of Kings Campus Series first kicked off here in Western Europe. We finally, after nearly 2 months of exciting anticipation and then getting onto the gorge and battling out, we've now arrived at the finish line. We've got two semifinals, as you called out, best of three back to back before we get our final best of five between the two remaining best teams here in Western Europe.
Yes, this is all about the college teams, right? So these are like basically students at college, university within across Europe. So there is some actual players hailing from Britain itself as well. So again, we're going to be seeing the likes of University of Leeds, the King's London College as well come through. So it's going to be across spanning all of that European region, right? Like we're going to have some people from Milan as well come through. So it's going to be a little bit different of obviously an hour's time, but I don't think that's going to be enough to upset the students, right? They're probably used to staying up at this time.
I think the only trick is, making sure that, I don't know what these kids are like in terms of their sleep schedules, but, when I
Mhm.
was in college, my sleep schedule was all over the place. To be honest, not quite different it is today, especially, with all of the, Honor of Kings action we've been covering both on the west side as well as, the east. I know you've been covering some of the
Mhm.
Southeast Asian leagues as well
Yep.
in addition to our time on the Honor of Kings Major West League. But one of the things I'm actually looking forward to seeing specifically out of the play from these collegiate teams for the KCS is, unlike pro play, there is
Yep.
a determined, meta at pro play in tier one where, we see certain heroes like the Maestro Noi and the Arlie being super competitive in the global BP. In collegiate, comfort picks and niche picks have way more value because those kinds of innovative strategies you're just not going to see that often and nearly as polished from the side of these collegiate teams. So this is where something like even the latest hero Bai Chi hitting the
Yep.
gorge off of our new season in Honor of Kings could be a huge value for any of the teams that bust them out today.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot to play for us here as well, right? Like the fact is that, like you were saying there, Rafa, the niche picks are going to be the strengths of these teams because they probably haven't played together that much within the qualifiers this far. Obviously, we're now
Mm.
down to 4 teams, so if we're gonna look at the bracket very very soon to obviously introduce these teams. Are obviously they're college students, right? They are still going through it. They are still doing their exams, but at the same time, they've found time to play Honor of Kings Esports. But if you look at the first semifinals we have here, so it's the battle of the short names. We have BKLU against VVV. Well, if we look at their journey here, Rafa, in the quarterfinals, both taking 2-0 victories. But tell me a little bit more about our bottom part of the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely got a little bit more exciting here on the bottom side of the bracket. Pheasant Snow Village being able to take a 2-0 over Durham University, but the other quarterfinals matchup between Latte Dodgers and Tianqing actually went the full distance, the full 3-game series. Latte Dodgers, unfortunately, not resilient enough to prevail in the end over Tianqing, being able to advance to the semifinals as they will get a chance to face off against Pheasant Snow Village, who, based off of what we have seen from the quarterfinals results, have not faced a real challenge yet. We'll see if Tianqing will be able to step up to the plate for that one.
Oh, absolutely. But then whoever comes out on top of these semifinals matches will go into the finals. And right now, I feel like for me personally, the fact is that they're so used to playing that best of 3 format, even though it is standard draft, which is what you were already speaking about before, Rafa. We're going to be going into a full best of 5, which is a potential of just like one extra game. But that could be the difference
Mm,
between these players' hero pools is going to be able to carry them through the extra game, or is it going to be enough for their opposing team to be like, right, guys, okay, we know we've played a little bit longer than these guys. We have a little bit more heroes within our utility, and that's where we can kind of see these turnarounds come through in the finals. So I feel like even in the semifinals, the ultimate performance isn't going to be until that finals, right?
true. Being able to test yourself in a full best of 5 compared to
Yep.
all of the best of 3s that we have seen throughout the playoff stage for
Mhm.
this bracket, right? That extra game, or potential 2 games total from, 3 to 5 could,
Yep.
mean everything, especially in terms of, testing collegiate kids and their endurance in, a competitive setting. Because for the most part, what I love a lot about collegiate esports in general is it's usually the first time that these
Mm.
kids are put into a very hyperactive competitive setting. Sometimes kids will come from traditional sports and then being able to apply that competitive mindset into, esports setting. But because this
Yep.
is the very first time we're witnessing Honor of Kings collegiate, on a global scale, this is, for the most part, very grassroots at the moment. We don't know if
Yes.
these kids have coaches with them, if there's official, university or collegiate programs that are trying as part of, some of their other esports titles that they are venturing in, or if these kids are, really just 5, kids that come together on campus, all enjoy playing Honor of Kings together. And then when they hear about the event, they say, yo, you guys want to win some money? Let's enter in this thing and see how far they go.
Exactly. I mean, we can't kind of assume like what viewers we're going to be having here on the stream as well, right? Because we can obviously say that Honor of Kings is that 5v5 MOBA where it needs all 5 of its teammates to kind of make sure that you are getting that direct
Mhm.
victory as well. You're making sure that you kind of transition in objectives, not only kind of solo kills, because at the end of the day, this is not a game about getting who gets the most kills. It's on who gets the most resources, who transitions those resources into something bigger, and then snowball throughout the entire match and then get the victory right at the end. So a lot of people maybe joining the stream for the first time, just cheering on their friends, their college friends, to be like, hey, okay, I'm interested. I mean, there's prize pools to be had as well, right? So let's see if I can cheer my friends on, give them a bit of that extra bit of a fighting spirit that they need to get through this one. But we're looking at these teams, right? So it's going to be BKLU going up against VVV first. So already we're seeing a bit of a kind of like incontinental kind of battle go on, right? Like a lot of BKL's teammates are from King's College London as well as University of Leeds. And then for VVV, they're all part of the Polytech University of Milan. So we're already seeing a bit of a clash between the seas here.
Wow. So are you telling me we're getting a little bit of UK versus Italy action right in here on the gorge?
I'm not saying it, but it's definitely the way it's
Okay.
going, right? I mean, there's definitely a bit of a turf ground war going on here, seeing who is the best between these two teams.
I mean, to me, this is kind of giving me vibes now of like maybe Barclays Best versus Inter. What is it? Inter Milan or
Yeah.
AC Inter Milan? Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to remember my football clubs and leagues. It's been a while since I've watched some UEFA in the past. But that's kind of where I'm trying to get my inspiration now. Maybe manifesting a rivalry between BLKU and VVV. Now trying to not only fight for a chance to get into grand finals, of course, for a chance of that. I believe it is a 7.6 thousand pound prize pool total, where the first place winners are going to get 2,400 of that pound share, which is
Hmm.
for college kids. That's a lot of money, baby. That like you can do so much. When I was that age and I was able to, which the US dollar conversion I think is about 3,000 USD now. If I
Hmm.
had 3,000 USD back in my pocket, in days of freshman year of college, I felt like a millionaire, like just having that kind of money walking around campus. You could buy out the whole cafeteria for people, and you just throw a pizza party for the whole dorm room at that point.
That's it. That's when you become not only the MVP on the gorge, you become MVP of your college or university, right? But honestly, I
True.
feel like if that was me in that case, it would definitely be paying off my overdraft. So wherever you land in this prize pool, you're gonna know that some of these students are paying off their overdraft right now with the winnings that
Oh
they're
my
gonna be
goodness.
procuring. Because even those of the loser round 8 are gonna get 155 quid. But we're gonna get into game 1 BP here. So just another reminder for those watching at home. This is your standard draft. This is no longer global BP. This is just going to be, hey, whichever ones you're going to go for in terms of your niche picks and power bands is what's going to carry you through this best of 3 now.
And you know what? I'm going to give some respect already to BKLU and VVV, even though this isn't necessarily, Honor of Kings Major West League or Major East League or any of the Tier 1 Pro Leagues. They're very much in tune with what is strong in the highest level of Honor Kings Pro play, with priorities on supports like Diadia, Dahlia, Liang, the Arlie Band, and the Mai Shiranui was the first thing locked for BKLU. VVV going for the Long as their farm laner of choice and the Dunes. So, I mean, maybe we won't see some niche pocket picks anytime soon, Blam. It could just be what we were used to over the course of the past couple of weeks.
Potentially. I mean, that's going for the core picks, right? So, like you were saying, the Dune, the Lung, the Mai Shiranui, D-Ranger has been shown very prevalently across all the leagues this far, even into a collegiate league like this. But hey, I'm already a happy guy now. I mean, we get the Agudo come through. So, everybody that knows, I am a content creator for Honor of Kings as well, and Agudo is one of my favorite picks. So, seeing her come through onto the Gorge, I'm a very happy person, very happy bunny going into this game 1 between BKLU and VVV.
Ooh. All right, so even though this isn't the first time we've seen a Heino across, the gorge for our experience casting KMW, or even in Blam's case, the MKL, the fact that Heino does come across here for VVV already has me very piqued and very excited, because the kind of clutch factor you can get out of a Heino being able to resurrect some of those early turrets falling from the side of BKLU. We are on a new season and we had some adjustment changes for the Gorge. Turrets are not as, weak as they were before. They all got a 500 health increase for outer turrets as well as inner turrets. So a little more, I want to say, a little less punishing if you were to lose some of your early turrets early on. And now with Heino being able to resurrect them, it's going to be that much harder to secure those turret advantages on the Gorge here.
Yeah, absolutely. If we look at the last little bits of the banning phase here as well, obviously, again, more predominant picks from up into the Clash lane. We have the Charlotte, the Dharma, Gutsu here being a ban over the side of BKLU. So maybe trying to kind of like predict that maybe they will go and lock into the Chow because she hasn't been banned yet. Maybe it's something VVV's been playing before, but already hovering over here is the potential mid lane pick for the side of VVV. Yixing, they do need a little bit of control. It does kind of give over the play style for VVV here. Maybe the high note is going to go up into the Clash lane. Taking the cleanse would make sense, right? They have a lot of knockup from the Mai Shiranui as well as the Agudo.
Yeah. The Yuhuan was the final lock-in of choice for VVV. Now, we have seen this Yuhuan being flexed into multiple roles, whether it was mid lane, support, hell, even jungle, we've seen it as well. But, you know, time will tell where this hero does end up going. For BKLU, their response now, currently hovering and locking in the lane. That Death by Sunset has always been such a powerful diving tool. Thankfully for VVV, they banned away the Dolia, so no chance for the Celestial Melody to double up on that ultimate. Motsu, the final lock-in for BKLU, more than likely support lock-in, and that'll be a pretty oppressive farm lane from the D-Renja and Motsu combo.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to see a lot of focus down to the farm lane, right? Trying to just put a lot of pressure onto VVV, especially that lung pick. They don't want to let that get activated very early on because, again, using the Flaming Palms is going to be very intense for the side of VVV. And to be on the receiving end of that on BKLU is definitely something that D-Ranger, even though he's more kind of like a bit of a tankier marksman, especially as he builds towards the latter part of his itemization, he's still going to feel that burn, right? And the fact that they've got such a squishy hero like the Mai Shiranui as well, you're going to be looking to protect that pick because that's kind of like the access into the backline as well as the lane.
And I think the last lock-in for VVV was a Lubu, which is that's hype. That is so hype. And we're already on to the Gorge for our first game of our first semifinal for the KCS Spring 2025 season here in Western Europe. And one of the other big things, if you haven't watched Honor of Kings in a while, or you haven't played it in a while, y'all, we've got ramps now. These ramps shoot you far onto the map, and then we're going to change from 3 ramps to 2 ramps after 4 minutes of the game, where it shoots you into your jungle quadrants. And already some aggressive play from BKLU going for a blue buff steal on the Agudo.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here that BKLU are just using their advantage of the intel that they have, right? They know that Dune has to go up into the top side of the map to help Lubu, especially level 1 against in a lane. It's very hard for him because he doesn't quite have that true damage potential come through just yet. So already we see that their jungler, Agudo, is going to help themselves to the Azure Golem onto the side of BBV. So already a Dune without an Azure Golem is already an issue for the side of BBV right now. Taking a few blows here is going to be a cross on the crisis, on the side of BBV, but it's not going to be enough to be a takedown.
Yeah. We'll see if Willow can at least be able to get by without that extra mana regen and sustain, since, you know, both of us being fair Dune players ourselves in our own solo queue adventures, we know how mana dependent Dune can be in later stages of the game. Early on, not going to be the case here since he's not spamming the Unruly Blade, since he's not level 4 yet to really traverse across the map. Right now, there's a lot of rotations of focus in the mid lane, potential 2v2, but already both of the VVV mid and jungle duo trying to keep their distance.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen Agudo's ultimate being exhausted here, but Kai now has to use the Fate Rewind, or he's going to go down, but the first play is going to go up to the side of BKLU, and that's not the only pickup. They get the pickup onto Willow as well.
Yeah, Nebula also falling to the lane solo. Both ultimates were expended there, so you have to imagine that the Trumbull Mortals was just completely denied, at least by the Death by Sunset being able to still lock him down. And Agudo's in trouble. He's going to be able to make it out alive here.
Yeah, it's got to be careful, right? I mean, those Scepters of Fate are definitely going to be hurting, especially the good thing that VV have, right, is the poke potential on their side, right? They have the Flaming Palms, they have the Scepters of Fate as well. That's going to do a lot of damage into the backline, especially if you start to get that mark onto the side of BKLU, but a little bit of his sword smashing go up into the top side of the map here. But it's actually not going to be enough to do the damage onto the lane. But we see here that Jun needs to get out there. He's looking pretty low. He's already used his ultimate. It's on cooldown. So he has to be careful with where he's going to be going in this next part of the team fight.
Yeah, one of the things that Nebula has to be a little more cautious about is the fact the lane, instead of going for something like a flash or even a sprint, as we've seen on other lane setups, it's the execute. In fact, I don't even know if we saw execute coming out from any of our Clash laners in the KMW. This is very aggressive setup here, and already could be the difference.
Huge there. We did get the knock, but the wind slash come through as well. So already we're seeing a 1v1 kind of mismatch up into the top side of the map. We see that Lubu is definitely not having a favored matchup here, and this is why we saw Willow on the Dune rotate already heavily and putting a lot of pressure onto the Clash lanes. He knows that Lubu, Nebula here, is not going to have a fun ride.
Yeah, and the big thing is that VVV knew that this was going to be the matchup, right? You know, it's not like Lubu was blinded. It was a lane that was blinded, and they wanted to take the matchup, you know, on their own accord. Uh-oh.
Why? Has to use the infinite fastness to get out of there. I mean, he was pretty much playing that very close to his cards, right? Like, he was, like, waiting on the last little bit, maybe trying to get some healing from Crisis, but Treble Mortals into the backline here is only going to be enough to catch out the Furball, though, so not the greatest
lanes here.
Here from Nebula, but here we go. The Death on Sunset does come through, cleans up. June, he goes down.
Yeah, just good use of the rotation of the Death by Sunset, even popping the Execute as well to guarantee the finishing blow onto the Hano. VVV now down. They're actually going to go for the Tyrant. Oh, no, BLAM! The D-Ren just stole it!
He's just doing the passive, right? He's just fanning out those flames. He's just able to get those little bits of extra little bit of damage. I mean, it looks like that Willow just wasn't able to smite, so I dare to say smite diff.
I'm definitely in agreement with you on that one. VVV a little ambitious to go for the Tyrant when they didn't have a mid laner on the field, but at least, you know, I could understand that, hey, we chunked out the Agudo, maybe we can force this objective and find something back, but so devastating to lose an objective on top of the trade.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you had, like, most of the teammates there as well, right? I mean, like, Crisis was there. There's a lot of healing for them who want to be available, but Think Inside the Box has been committed here to try and shut down Jun from escaping this team fight, but he's trying to land a Scepters of Fate onto the D-Ranger here. It's a potential 3v1 dive, but we are going to get a bit of a backup here from the Maestro Knight. There it is, the knock-up. Is it going to be enough to do the damage? The Cannon Blast is actually committed, but, it's just damage over time was just a little bit too less of a effect onto Jun here.
That Cannon Blast almost took him out, I'm not gonna lie. Now, Willow trying to use this opportunity to go for the Overlord. No chance for Agudo to even answer, because the Agudo is actually pushing in the mid lane, looking for that first turret in the mid lane, and it should be enough. Oh, it just... I mean, at this point, BLAM, someone could just go up and poke it with a stick.
Literally, just a Death Stare. Just a Death Stare would be fine at this point. Cannon Blast actually connected onto the backside there, so it does mean that Hino's not able to get that kind of a momentum into that one to use those Scepters of Fate to do a little bit more chunking damage. But yeah, honestly, all we need to see is the Wild Growth be put down into the mid lane, and that T1's gone, baby. But speaking of turrets being taken down, it is going to be up into the top side and bot side of the map, so already clear domination here from BKLU as they claim their last T1.
Very nicely done for BKLU, already exacting their map control and dominance. And, you know, with the composition, hang on, is this a duel to the death here? Nebula is trying to do his best to survive. Uh-oh.
Oh, yep, there it is, but he's going to use the Tremble Mortal as a bit of a defensive mechanism there. We did see a commit of 2 ultimates, but right now we're just seeing Jun trying to do his best and chunking down the health of the lane here. Scepters of Fate aren't going to quite land. He's able to dash out of there just by the skin of his teeth. I mean, Execute so far, probably not being the best pick in terms of common skill, but we are going to have a bit of a 2v1 here. The pseudo tank, that is going to be Furball. Takes down Jun once more.
All right, Jun just a little too overextended there. Probably had no business being in between those turrets, but just trying to find any desperate ways of keeping themselves in this game. And, you know, for what it's worth, BLAM, the gold lead isn't that stark. It's just under 2,000 here. Meanwhile, Infinite Vastness used by YY just to escape a collapse here from the side of BKLU.
Yeah, I suppose it just depends on where they're going to be using this deficit for the side of BKLU, right? I mean, obviously VVV really need to be putting in their resources onto YY on the Loong here because he needs the itemization just to do a little bit more damage to the side of BKLU. But right now, they are not kind of faltering to the damage of the Loong, right? They are just kind of taking these T1s across the map, gaining that momentum for themselves. They're taking team fights, but also transitioning it into a different objective as well.
And the funny thing, Blam, I just noticed, if you look at the top, it says that BKLU have only taken 4 turrets. You look on the gorge, and you're like, wait, but there's only 3 turrets. What happened? It's because June used the Fate Rewind to revive one of those turrets off the back of the siege. Unfortunately for VVV, they were still not able to keep it up, as BKLU were able to revisit that turret very shortly and still take it down. So now all outer turrets successfully felled by the side of BKLU.
Yeah, a bit of a saving grace there from VVV, but at the same time, like you were saying there, RAAFAA, BKLU had the dominance up at the top side and pretty much every lane at this point on the gorge for this game 1 of this best of 3 between these two teams. But right now, we are seeing just a little bit of a tip for tat. We can see the side lanes are just trying to get that kind of pressure go through, so we can potentially see a takedown of Tyrant here. We're already seeing that D-Ranger is already starting to get, and a bit of a rotation from Agudo, as well as Maishiro into the backline here onto the Huan. We do see the ending Thorough being committed, but it's not going to be enough. We do see that again, the Dev on Sunset being used just to chase away Huan to give up any healing to their teammates. Gudo takes down Willow as well, so already a 1-0 trade for BKLU at this point in the game.
Objective's not spawning for another 40 seconds here, Blam, so at least VVV have some time to stall before Willow comes back up. And even off the back of losing their Dune in the 5-on-5, everyone else from BKO scrammed over to the side lane, so that opened up VVV to overgroup on mid lane and find at least their first turret of the game here.
Yeah, they're just trying to pick up and trying to replicate the damage that they did into the side of BKL. Oh my goodness, that is going to be a 3v1. That is not who you want to be confronting in a brush. I mean, Maishiro with the setup there was just absolutely beautifully executed by the side of BKLU. And we're just kind of seeing that Nebula here on the Lubu's trying to get a bit more pressure into the side lanes, trying to just get back that gorge that they've lost already. But Willow is taking too many L's, especially when the neutral objectives are up now, RAAFAA.
Oh, he really wanted to secure that blue buff for himself. Unfortunately, without the protection of these outer turrets, it's just that much more difficult to try and contest your own camps and resources in the safety of your own jungle, because, to be quite frank, that jungle quadra doesn't belong to you anymore. It's now the property of BKLU.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good kind of dominance display here for the side of BKLU, right? The fact is that they've got the lanes pushed. They're like, you know what, guys, we don't quite need the Shadow Overlord. We're going to go for the Tyrant because it's going to give us a bit more kind of mobility across the gorge, and it's going to give us that damage increase that we need as well. So already BKLU are having fantastic team fights. BBV, however, are just still struggling to get those main pickoffs like the Maishiro or even trying to lock down the D-Ranger. But speaking of lockdown, Cannon Blast being super impressive here. Kachusen's coming through, not going to connect with the Cannon Blast as well. Wind Slash is being committed as well as the Flaming Palms, but it's inside the box. It's going to be enough to catch out. Lung, YY goes down. It is going to be also a bit of a turn back there for the U1 taking down Motsu, but a lane straight onto the top of the Willow as well as Nebula. So this is already going to open up those high ground turrets for the side of BKLU.
And for the first time, it looked like VVV had a chance to claw their way back into the game, getting a lot of damage onto the Motsu, but he gives his life for the greater cause, flashing with that thing inside the box, and dare I say, BKL, you're just going to push for the game end!
They do. They take game 1 victory over VV. BKLU putting some respect on King's London College, right? Like, they're already going for it. I mean, they want the representative from Leeds University to be like, guys, we're the better ones. We are taking down Milan at this point in time. But honestly, there was no point in that match that I felt like VVV had the footing. Like you were saying there, they definitely didn't have too much of a difference in terms of the gold lead at a certain point. I mean, it's only about a 2K gold lead, which would have been the matter of a good team fight. But other than that, they didn't really kind of display that kind of early game aggression that we saw from BKLU.
Yeah, I mean, just from the get-go on top lane, Elaine had Lubu's number, with the early execute, the pressure of that skill, which, like you said before, it's not a common skill loadout that you see that often in higher tiers of pro play, but, getting something a little cheesy on that side, having that extra all-in potential gives you that edge in the early laning phase. We know that, from our solo queue ventures, Lubu can be a terrifying front line if he's able to get through the laning phase and then almost become an unstoppable juggernaut. Lubu never got a chance to be that at all, just because of the early pressure from the lane. And when he tried to, leave lane to get some of the pressure back on the gorge here for the sake of VVV, everything else was, kind of going wrong there. You already talked about the fact that a lot of these scaling parts for this VVV composition just never got a chance to come online here.
Yeah, I mean that was the whole point of BKLU, right? But I mean, bar from the scaling part of the things of VVV, in more like a short summary, what do we feel like they need to do in this game two to take a point from BKLU?
Well, Blam, I definitely think you gotta be able to find some early engines for yourself if you are VVV. The fact that, yeah, BKLU, obviously, we don't know how much information these teams are able to get on each other before loading up onto the Gorge for the first time and going for drafts. They at least understood, some priority picks that you had to ban, but the My Shiranui was definitely one where they weren't sure. Does this guy have
Yeah.
the sauce? Is he capable of piloting this high level execution hero? The answer, yes. Yes, he is. So now, they're going to have to respect the Mai Shiranui going forward into the next draft. If they get a chance to pick Blue Side for themselves and maybe June is able to pilot that, maybe that's
Mhm.
a band that they can force out of the hands of BKLU. Otherwise, I think you just have to start looking at other lanes and determining for yourself, okay, where can we get some early pressure here? Do
Yep.
we give our jungler something a little bit more aggressive? Do we, make sure our bot lane has a bit more lane power that they can roam early with? Because just from across the board here, Blam, it just seemed like almost every matchup had push or was winning.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of the standard draft, right? So we could see some of these heroes be translated back onto the Gorge for a second time in this game too. But we're gonna take a short break before we get to that game too, right? These college kids, they need a bit of a breather, they need a bit of thinking space just to kind of clear that victory for the side of BKLU and defeat for VVV. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this short break. How's it going, everybody? And welcome back to the Honor of Kings Campus Series Western Europe Finals. We've just saw the BKLU took game one from VVV, and honestly, it was very, very, very convincing.
Yeah, BKLU were pretty much in control right from the get-go. Obviously, the draft was very coming out from any of our clash laners in the KMW. This is very aggressive setup here, and already but we were ready to pretty much roll to you kind of the story of how that game one unfolded before our very eyes. And the focus was really more so the top lane getting that early first blood alongside a lot of the early kills happening in due to the mid jungle duo from BKLU getting the upper hand against the likes of Willow and June.
Yeah, they just played it very well, right? I mean, BKLU, I don't feel like there was an immediate kind of any kind of like feedback from me in terms of like how they handled the early game in that sense, because I mean, they had everything, right? They knew they had the intel that Doom was going to go up to the side of the clash lane to go and help out Elaine. As we see here, that it was very kind of evident that Elaine needed that help in that 1v1 because he gets the takedown, he uses the execute as well, and here again, we did see a bit of a contest for the objectives as well, so they weren't scared to take these fights, RAAFAA.
Yeah. Unfortunately for VVV, it seemed like any of the good looks, the genuinely good map movements they made, were either responded to much better by BKLU or kind of worst case scenario happened. You know, the Tyrant trying to take advantage of the fact that Agudo was forced to base or back off of the fight that we saw where June goes down early on. They look for the Tyrant. D-Ren just steals it. I mean, yeah, unlucky, you know, and it seems like all the sequence of plays that VVV really needed to keep themselves not falling too far behind. Like you commented before, 2,000 gold is not necessarily the end of the world, but they lost so many of the outer turrets. And once you lose those outer turrets, even with a Fate's Rewind from June's High Note bringing back one of them, still wasn't enough to stop BKLU from being able to relentlessly invade and continue bleeding them out of resources. And then it just took one good fight on that top side where I think VVV just said, guys, we have to all in here or we're just going to slowly lose the game anyway. They sent it and they still got wiped by BKLU.
They did indeed, right. Unfortunately, here is going to be the breakdown as well. So obviously, we're going to look at a bit of a breakdown before we go into game two. A very convincing 13-1 kills, RAAFAA. I mean, the one kill going over to your support is not where you want those kills to go, right?
Yeah. And when you look at the damage share, obviously a lot of it is going to be focused from the Mai Shurnoi, who was the pivotal member of being able to originally open up the map and create so many opportunities, whether it was battling with the Agudo in her back pocket, through mid lane and trying to take out June or Willow in the middle jungle 2v2, but also constant roams trying to pressure the top lane alongside the lane or even visiting bot lane and making sure that this Long and this Yuhuan do not start outscaling their opponents, because that was a very real threat. And that is what VVV were kind of banking on as later the game goes on. Unfortunately for them, the game was over in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of see here as well the difference of like how they play in a very sort of like telling a short graph is the team fight potential participation as well, right? Like we saw that VVV were always kind of like going around as a four-man kind of unit, trying to get the pickoffs onto the side of BKLU. But in that brief moment, you had like the macro plays coming from the D-Ranger. You saw that Elaine was pushing the side lanes as well. And then not only that, you had Agudo who was just kind of just farming up because they knew, they had the intel that they were just kind of trying to roam around as a four, trying to get the pickoffs onto the side of BKLU, but they just didn't have the intel to be like, right, okay, we don't know where D-Ranger is, we don't know where Elaine is, because all the four of us are in one space and we can't kind of like comprehend where they are because they've already had the minion waves crashing in, and at that point it's already a bit too late for them as well. So team fight participation, yes, always needs to be kind of like very consistent throughout your team, but we've already been shown here by BKLU that they've used it like kind of very strategically. They've split it apart.
All right, well, you know what? the beautiful thing about a best of 3 BLAM is that the first game does not determine your fate. You know, it
Nope.
does give a leg up over to BKLU, but now VVV, they have a chance to turn the tides of battle and their fate in this series. This time around, they have taken their lessons of the Mai Shiranui no longer be available as they ban it away from BKLU's mid laner, and this time they snipe away the lane for Nebula in the Clash lane.
Well, maybe this is clearly Nebula's kind of comfort pick, right? I mean, the fact that you've seen a lane come through Prio on blue side isn't always necessarily the kind of case that we see in normal tournaments. Obviously, this is going to be a collegiate tournament, so in terms of the Prio blue pick, you're going to be locking in something that you know you're comfortable with, and potentially the team kind of trying to formulate around this. I mean, interestingly enough, they ban out the Dolia, which obviously pairs greatly with the lane, but they're now going to kind of try and figure out what else kind of substitutes for that as well.
Yeah, BKLU are not really forced to change anything up in their composition here. However, a current hover over the Huangjong,
Yep.
I would be such a fan. I have seen this hero a few times in the farm lane whenever I am just trying to get my daily win on Ho Yi, and oh man, I was so excited.
Denied.
I was ready to see the orbital cannons, you know, him just getting that extra range, mounting up the cannons. But you know what, VVV gonna go for something a little bit more standard, not only the Zhongfei in the support role, but as well as the Chano for the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like it's going to be, we know that it's going to be more comfort picks and stuff like that, but honestly, you still have such great, like, marksmen on the board as well. I mean, they had the Lung, they could have picked the Lung again if they really wanted to. They have the likes of the Lady Stun as well, but they've gone for the Chano. I mean, pairing it with the Zhongfei is kind of great as well. The fact that the Unbridled Outburst has such great team fight participation and kind of upset to your opponents, but also a great kind of engage for yourself. Having the Chano there means that he's kind of going to have free reign on these kind of like 3-4-man CCs.
Yeah, and even though, not to say that, you know, Long doesn't have any safety since Infinite Vastness is such a great tool to reposition out of danger, Shano just has a little bit more presence early on, right? You have the power of those traps that you can at least scout out some any early rotations from the side of BKLU, which was a constant factor that they had to worry about, right? So already, some of the questions that we had to ask as we see 2 bans coming out from both BKLU and VVV with Dharma, Charlotte, respectively from VVV, BKLU taking up the Nua and the Pei. VVV clearly are taking the lessons they got from game 1, saying, okay guys, we picked way too much scaling, we need to have some early agency in some of these lanes, and already BKLU also wary of that by taking away some of the other heroes that you saw in that second round of bans.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they lock in the Liam Po here. More likely going to be up into, or down into the support role here. He could be flexed into the Clash lane, but honestly, you don't really see it that often. So potentially here, we're going to be getting the Athena come through as well for the side of VV.
This is so cool. And now look at this, BLAM. The Clash laner for BKLU saying, brother, you think it's in a lane matchup? No. It's just a skill diff. Now he's taking the Lubu into the lane. And if we see this solo kill from Lubu against the lane, then it really will be rubbing salt into the wound against Nebula. But Athena is such a crazy hero, BLAM. I've only seen it a couple times. And if I'm not mistaken, she's the one that, even if she dies, she turns into like a phoenix or like a spear form and traverses around the gorge for a short period of time.
Correct, yeah. I mean, there's kind of 2 ways they can go for the Athena, right? Play it well, play it kind of like a bruising assassin with the crazy amount of CC she has within a kit, or they're going to go for the distraction Athena. So it's kind of there to slow down the enemy jungler. And honestly, it's a good kind of pick against the Agudo because Agudo doesn't necessarily scale within the late game. They just get tankier as the game goes on. So honestly, you're not going to be seeing a lot more damage come over from the Agudo. So constantly keeping track, kind of trying to slow down the actual farm of the Agudo is more likely going to be the chance here for the Athena pick to come through. But more interestingly for me is the fact that VVV have committed for the Ganamo, but there's so much kind of like jump on top. You've got the Lubu, you got the Liam Po, and you've also got Furball being able to kind of be put into the gorge as well. So honestly, Jun on the Ganamo is going to have a hard time with this positioning.
Yeah, this Gonna Mo will have, at range advantage, but will he have the damage to be able to chew through this massive beefcake front line? That's the big question, right? And already, as we take to the Gorge, level 1, you already have this Zhongfei at least giving a little bit of assistance to June to get that first wave pushed out. Heino already in a 1v2, actually doing battle with these two heroes here.
Yeah, we've got to be careful, though, into the mid lane here. Heino not looking too hot already. I mean, a couple of blades coming through, doing a lot of damage right now, trying to play off a 2v1 between the Zhongfei. Oh, God, her Grave pushes him away, but it is going to be first blood going over the support of VVV. So Crisis, causing a bit of crisis here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the overall end goal of Heino trying to take that 1v2 other than trying to delay Zhongfei's rotation over to the bottom side of the Gorge here. But it definitely seemed like that this Chana was in high spirits and totally fine on his lonesome. Meanwhile, top lane.
Oh, top lane, yeah, looking pretty damaged right now. I mean, it's, again, Lubu not having the greatest early game against the lane, which is what we said in the game 1, right? So the fact that BKLU picked this pickup is very interesting. Personally, I probably would have gone for something like the Miyu, a very good counter against the elite.
It's not about the counter pick, Blam. It's about sending a message here for BKLU's Clash lane. I would not be surprised if it's just a battle of egos here. I definitely know that I would have done the same as a freshman in college. Meanwhile,
looking at it, I mean, yeah, I mean, to use the Death at Sunset as a defensive measure, it is going to be Lubu. It's the takedown of the century. A bit of a payback there. The Clash lane from last game were able to get the first kill onto the Lubu, and a bit of a turnaround there in events. We see the Lubu getting the first kill onto the lane. So, yeah, I feel like I agree with you here, RAAFAA. A bit of ego coming into play.
Now, to be fair, that was not a fair 1v1. That we had some jungle interference, coming into play, at least burning the flash early on in the Lubu. Yep. So then BKLU say to themselves, you know what? We're going to answer right on back. We're going to get our jungler and our mid laner involved so that we can guarantee a little bit of advantage. But now, fighting in the river.
Yeah, a lot of CC coming over from the Athena here, but I mean, going up a 1v1 against a hero that's got a lot of CC immunity, like the Liampo here, is probably not the best bet or the best call out to be going for in terms of a 1v1. You really want to be trying to catch out YYY here.
Not quite the ideal target.
Yep.
No, all right, well, Willow was just trying to get frisky with that Liampo right there. Doesn't really get much in terms of common skill advantage.
No, yep, there we go. Being committed here is going to be the Tremor Smash coming through. It connects onto one with the teleport come through as well. Flash is going to land onto Willow, but it's not going to be enough to take down the kill. But again, we're going to be a bit of a readjustment here to the side of BKL. They're trying to use the Gudo, trying to get the knock-up onto YYY. A big rotation here from Jun. A couple blades are going to be enough to drive them away. Okay, triple mortal as well being committed. Not enough, no kills being claimed just yet, apart from the Athena. But so many ultimates are being burnt out.
And for the side of VVV, you could see how hard and desperate they were trying to find a major advantage in that fight. But BKLU just being able to space out some of their common skill usages until the very end when they needed to. I think baiting VVV members individually one by one. At the end of the day, BKLU only gets one kill in the exchange. Oh, good pickup.
Yep, good pick up. It is going to be takedown of the Gudo, especially when the neutral objectives are now up. That's a great time to pick up kill here for the side of VVV. Definitely something they need to kind of get them back on the horse.
For the past.
Now rotating over, Tyrant has spawned. That's the big objective right now. Fate Rewind already used.
Already been used, already been committed, but also the takedown of the Tyrant as well is pretty huge for VVV, right? Definitely having a better early game than last one.
Yeah.
Not quite the most cleanest. Again, a lot of ultimates being used in these team fights, but not being a lot picked up for them. We do see the leader stance being used, as well as the Unbridled Outburst going in for VVV, claiming the kill onto the D-Ranger. Not quite as untouchable as that game one.
The response from Heino, not going to get that much. So already a much more proactive and a much better look from June in the mid lane against BKLU's mid lane, respectively. Uh-oh, Willow's in trouble!
Yep, Willow is in trouble, but it is going to be the distracted Athena coming through, but it is going to be a bit of a trade there. Okay, so Heino does get taken down by the Gunner Mo, but this is kind of distraction Athena coming through, right? We saw just kind of aggressing onto the Azure Golem, trying to slow down a Gudo, kind of just giving intel to her teammates, right? It's just, but the damage right now, these couple of blades are hitting so hard.
Yeah, just taking a look at the individual gold advantages right now. June is so fed. Already nearly 4,000 gold total, has already finished, you know, a couple of really big items for himself there. Meanwhile,
okay.
bottom lane in the farm lane.
Yep, DRNG has to get out of there alive as well as Agudo. I mean, there goes down your jungler once more. BBV having a much cleaner part of the game here as they enter that 4-minute mark. They're able to get the neutral objective, and Bridal Outburst is going to be committed, but hits none. That could have been absolutely detrimental for the side of BKLU. They could have gone down even more.
Collecting my daily thoughts.
And clearly the support archetype as well as the mid lane archetype has made such a difference here for VVV already, just from the level 1 get-go, as they're continuing the chase into the mid lane.
Yep, it's going to be Ganamo picking up another kill there. So, like he was saying there, RAAFAA, the fact that Jun was about, what, 4k gold difference ahead? I mean, he's now going to be around about climbing into that 5k region, right? But we did see the Fate Rewind come from the Hino, so Hino was able to save that T1 into the mid lane, get the health back for now, but it's going to be enough for him to stay alive into the top side of the map. It is not. It is a 3v1 for VV.
And like we said at the beginning of draft for Game 2, just because Game 1 did not go your way does not mean that your fate is sealed for the rest of the series. They have taken their learnings from the Game 1 foes and yeah, it was definitely a rough one for VVV trying to match up against BKLU's early aggressive plays, but this is their moment now where they're finding the aggressive plays, and June on the Ganamo, Chris on the Zhang Fei being the early drivers for VVV's success.
Yeah, again, just looking at a little bit of itemization there for Jun, right? He went for the Holy Grail into the Insatiable Tomb, so HP regen as well as the lifesteal coming in onto this Ganamo. He's going to be pretty huge for him. Obviously, the Magical Pen Boots as well is already doing a lot of damage. I mean, if we think about it, though, the fact that VVV have had 7 kills onto the board, 4 more kills than their opponents, right? But haven't translated that into any more turrets is a bit of a troublesome point for the side of VVV, right? They need to do something with these lanes, or else BKLU, as they kind of scale with the D-Ranger, is going to be hard for them to actually come back into this late game.
Already aggressive look in the mid lane. Why? Or it's just 2 Ys.
Yeah.
VVVYY. Say that 3 times fast. Just see if you can get it cleanly. Just the power of the channel, at least keeping BKLU at bay.
Yeah, the leader stance being used nicely there, kind of just as a deterrent to kind of just force away the Liampo rather than kind of encouraging him to go into a team fight, just force him away. He didn't quite have the Tremor Smash already being used there as well. Chris has to get out alive, but he is the Zhang Fei. He does have the rage built up, so Unbridled Outburst could come into the next team fight, but we're already seeing that Willow and Nebula playing a much better clean 2-man kind of unit here as they kind of enter into the enemy jungle and take their camps respectively.
Yeah. Potential marking around this Tyrant already. A lot of aggression from BKLU trying to fight for control in River.
Yep, the Fate Rewind's going to come through, but it is going to be actually a Chris that goes down as well there, so that's a big chunk of the side of VVV going down, but it is going to be paid in return. Hino goes down, another kill going up to YYY with the Death on Sunset being committed as well onto 2. Double kill going over to YY once more. The treble portals come through. It's going to be enough to take down Jun. It's the Flash coming through as well. They claim the kill onto Jun. This could be troublesome for VVV as they lose their T1 in the mid lane.
And the fact that VVV have yet to really snowball this game out of control means that BKLU are still within striking distance. Watch how this fight really emerges. Yes, June is going to go down, but he has the Fates Rewind to give him a second life, and that pulls in VVV super aggressive, and it comes down to really the front line for BKLU that really shine. Liempo buying so much space, occupying so much time. Finally, the Tremble Mortal from the BKLU Clash Laner comes in, cleans up the mess, and the fact that D-Renja was still pretty much untouched for a majority of the fight allows him to maximize his damage in that overextended skirmish against VVV.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of played into BKLU's hands there, right, in that whole team fight. The fact that the Fate Rewind came through very clutch, it was able to actually save the Hino onto the side of BKLU as well. It was kind of enough to kind of exhaust a lot of the abilities onto the side of BVV, but now we get the Shadow Tyrant and Overlord come through, and YY is going down at the wrong time. Why, oh why would you fall when these next neutral objectives are up? He does get the bit of a push of the minion waves into the farm lane, but it's not going to be enough to be there for his teammates as they try and start this neutral objective. Nebula already trying to do a lot of damage onto the Liempo here. Not quite the right target. A couple plates missing out as well. That could have been definitely a bit of a turning tide for the side of BB as they're trying to approach this team fight.
Yeah, these are the shadow objectives, so it means a lot more to either team to pick up these objectives at this stage in the game. Shadow Tyrant giving increased team fighting buffs damage, whereas Shadow Overlord, you're going to get that global pressure. Nebula is in trouble.
He's on the run with a 4v1 right now. I mean, that's it. You do use the Death on Sunset, but you don't have any Dolly to refresh that. But into the enemy jungle as well. It's also going to be the Hino, kind of just getting a lot of pressure, taking off the focal point of their attention, but he does go down. So that is a 1-1 trade over wall. Flash lane for mid lane, pretty strong here, but we do see that the Liempo is pretty low as well. Trevor Ball's being committed once more, but he's locked in with the Unbridled Outburst. A lot of tip attack going on within this team fight.
Willow, oh, so close, doesn't get the last blow onto the Renja, but VVV are not down yet. They're still determined and persistent, pushing in to the jungle quadrant.
Yeah, they're looking to push with the leader stance, right? I mean, they're able to get the kill onto the Liempo as well, so that's a huge thing. Oh, couple of blades from downtown for the side of Jun.
Blue team has
Oh my
destroyed
goodness,
a
if it
tower.
wasn't this early in the morning, I would be popping off right now. Between the soaring shot as well as Gon and Mo snipe over the wall, finally enough damage to get that finishing blow onto the Agudo. It definitely seemed like BKLU's jungler was going pretty much undefeated, undying in that fight, being able to do so much. There's multiple times where the Liempo is saved thanks to throwing down the Grow for the extra healing and shielding. BKLU being able to rely on a lot of these clutch factors and giving them second lives in these fights. But VVV, still persistent, still resilient, are pushing through and growing this gold lead, now breaking open multiple tier 2 structures.
Yep, that is a take 2 T2 into the farm lane, right? So again, that's already a lot more pressure put onto BKLU's the Renja, which has not been having the greatest of games, right? Like, I think the last time we saw it in the itemization and gold difference is the fact that there was probably behind by about 1k gold, because YY has been able to pick up kills, whereas the Renja is just kind of like not had the privilege of positioning, right?
Yeah. That's one of the problems about D-Renja is like, yes, even with the passive, okay. Fate Rewind trying to just bait out some cooldowns here.
Yep, we do see it though, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, they get takedown. Hino's already going down. It looks like Liempo. Actually, no, it's going to be the Lu Bu that joins in very quickly. Liempo looking like maybe the third victim going down here.
Oh, it's it?
This looks like it could be the closer. They are being very aggressive on the side of BVV as they're rolling through Gudo. Maybe a little bit too late here. That is not going to be enough knockup from the Furball as we see closing through. But game 2 with the minion, the tank minion, as they have VV at their crystal. It's going to be VV taking game 2 victory.
Impressive stuff from VVV answering back. Gotta turn the cap back, sorry. But wow, what an exciting response from VVV, right? I mean, the fact that they're able to find some early agency into their composition this time around, it clearly made all the difference here. I think the single biggest change was really the support switch up, even though not a lot of the problems stemmed from, you know, the Yuhuan itself. I think just having that Zhongfei for extra pressure in the mid lane, helping the Gon and Mo get the early push, it really led into either a questionable decision from the Hano on the side of BKLU trying to contest a 1v2. I don't know if it was just for the purpose of trying to deny Zhongfei the rotation back over to the Chano, or if there was, you know, another purpose that we might not have known of, but clearly it did not pay off, as that early snowball started allowing Gon and Mo to have, you know, first touch on the wave, first push on the wave. And then when you are the first one constantly roaming to the side lane and helping influence that farm lane duo, that was kind of the key to success with the Mai Shiranui pickup for BKLU, constantly getting the roam and the drop onto the long against VVV in that first game. We see how well the tides turned in the second game around.
Absolutely. We do have that 1-1 series though, right? It's not going to be a 2-0 stomp for BKLU. It's all to play for within this next game 3. So make sure you tune back in for obviously analytic points of game 2. But all importantly, that final game of this best of 3. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Campus Series Western Europe Finals. And we're just about to see what's going to go down with this last game between VVV and BKLU. Obviously, BKLU took game 1, but VVV took game 2. But, I mean, it was definitely more convincing than game 1, right? There was definitely a bit of a difference there for VVV. Maybe the Ganamo, maybe the Chano, a bit more of a comfort pick for themselves.
Yeah, I think just overall compositional wise, VVV had a lot more tools to be able to combat and pretty much deal with BKLU in the early game. I don't want to call out, Hano as a particular, weakness to either team here, but Hano is now 0-2 in the series. So sample size and data points that neither of these teams should lock in Hano going into game 3. And I think one of the big things that I really wanted to look forward to seeing was what was the damage share like on the side of BKLU, because I other than the Hano, I'm not necessarily, a hater of the composition that BKLU drafted for themselves, because while Lubu has, not really gotten a chance to really shine in a majority of these fights in between game 1 and 2, regardless of who's it been on here, BLAM, I think the front line was so massive and so damn beefy for the side of BKLU. I'm if I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, I just think it was in terms of lack of reliable damage that was able to come through. The D-Renja was having a tough time trying to get in, and have the space to be able to take advantage of all of the CC and the engages you got from the Lianpo and the Agudo and the Lubu, right? But I feel like Hano just doesn't really do that much for this composition here, especially how deep BKLU's mid laner was going in some of those fights there.
Yeah, I mean, there's glimmers of hope, right? Which we're going to see into the actual playoffs here, the replays as we see into these team fights. We saw that many a times again where Hino was just kind of there to kind of just soak a lot of the damage with that ultimate, get a lot of those skills off the board, where we saw a clean team fight here from BKLU that was able to get quite a bit of kills pick off here. Not only Chris went down, we saw a bit of a recommitment here of the Elaine. They were able to get the double kill from Chano as well, but then it was kind of paid back here thanks to the Tremble Mortal into the back line here. Really be able to shut down Jun finally. It was probably a very kind of satisfying moment for the side of BKLU, but right here again, another team fight.
And look at this. D-Renja is it's only hitting Willow on this side of the fight, but you want to be hitting the Ganamo, you want to be hitting the Zhongfei, you want to be hitting the Chano, right? As D-Renja. They finally take out Willow, but look how low HP the D-Renja is in this fight. And in the previous fight that we saw in the highlights as well, D-Renja was getting forced and zoned away by the power of the Wolf Spirits thanks to Chano's ultimate being used. So I think now we have a clearer picture of, why BKLU were struggling in some of these fights, even when their front lines found such good engages and found pockets where they were able to create so much space. Unfortunately, there are just other tools that were keeping their damage dealers either from getting involved in the fight or just straight up killing them right at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's just paying dues to the Athena pick, right? Like, there weren't just 1 or 2 strategies being committed there. There was, like, we had the Distraction Athena. We also had the kind of, like, a Bruiser Assassin into the back line, just making D-Renji's life a little bit too hard to actually perform there in terms of positioning. But if we look at this overall damage dealt, I mean, look at that. The numbers coming through for the side of VVV. 129k and then 105k for YY as well. I mean, that's a lot of damage, right?
Yeah. I mean, it just goes to overall show that VVV, even their damage dealers, despite not having nearly as strong of a front line as, Lianpo, Lubu, and Agudo, it's just the Zhongfei that really is able to open up space, but you have so much deceptive range with Ganamo, or I should say the Chano. Obviously, Ganamo range is not deceptive at all. It's very clear, but Chano, when you pop the ultimate and you're sending a bunch of Wolf Spirits zoning you off, you have to respect it because it does hurt and stack up a lot of damage on top of you. And then you have to deal with, divers like this Athena or the Elaine. So on the side of BKLU, your damage dealers are really pressed. I was actually really surprised that the Hano still had a considerable amount of damage for BKLU's mid laner, but the fact that they were going down super early in these fights, are not always consistently able to get the fates rewind in a majority of them. Only a couple times where it was a clutch second life overall. This poor D-Renja just did not get nearly as involved in the fights as his counterpart in the channel was.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like paying dues to VVV as well, right? Like the fact that the only real healing they had for the side of BKLU was the wild growth of the Agudo. And honestly, that's where you can kind of see Marksman really start to shine. If you can get the positioning with the wild growth and kind of just lay it down around your Marksman, and then you can kind of just like go ham with the passive of D-Renja, only doing physical, but also magical damage. It's kind of like just a clear shot, a bit of a golden ticket for the side of BKLU. But to VVV's advantage there, they knew that, so they picked the Athena. They knew they had some backline dives, so they could make that really impossible for the side of BKL.
And if we're going to look forward for our final game of this semifinal, I'm really curious if now BKLU think about, okay, what heroes can we lock in for ourselves that has range, that can at least be able to capitalize on something like the front line we assembled for ourselves in this second game of the series. Because like I said, Blam, obviously, pocket picks can, come into play here in game 3. Maybe some niche strategies that we haven't really seen anywhere else in pro play will, come to light here. But it does seem like both of these teams are very, very in tune and familiar with the pro meta. The fact that they're, banning things like Diadea, Liang, and Dolia, right? And they're picking up for themselves things like the Liempo, the Zhongfei, Clearly, these teams and these kids know what's up in the highest levels of play, and I think they should, probably recognize that this is where they need to start looking to in terms of answers.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts aren't being kind of like very, as you were saying there, sporadic compared to what we've been seeing in previous leagues and other tournaments. Like, obviously, very prevalent in terms of the appearance of the Agudo. We have, obviously, Mai Shiranui that's come through, D-Renja both times for BKLU. So, is this kind of like a fitting story in terms of like their comfort picks are only carrying them out so far, like the Agudo and the D-Renja, and maybe they need to kind of pull out a little bit of the cat out of the bag in this game 3, in this draft?
VVV have now just entered a gambit with BKLU. Obviously, the Arlie has been banned multiple times as well as the Dolia, but instead of banning either one of them and guaranteeing the BKLU get their priority pick, they say, you know what, we're just going to ban the Milady. And that way, no matter what you pick, we're going to get the other hero for ourselves. So BKLU opting in for the Dolia, but that's okay with VVV because then they just snipe away the Elaine and deny that double Death at Sunset combo alongside now the Arlie for the first time this series.
Yeah, I mean, potentially we're going to be seeing, obviously, Dolia normally likes to fall in with the Elaine. More than likely, we'll probably see that Agudo be transitioned into potentially the, well, again, they're going to go for the Agudo. Clearly a comfort pick here. I was going to say it's going to go to the Doom, right? We see that combo pair time and time again. But honestly, over to the side of BBV here, they took out the Elaine for themselves. So again, that was a really good kind of like patch for them to do because not only did it perform in game 2 for them, it denies them the Dolia and Elaine combo as well. But they also get the Arlie and they are looking to lock in the Princess Frost. So something in terms of control here would be greatly needed by the side of BBV.
I think VVV might have sprung the trigger on the Princess Frost a little too soon with the hover because they're not able to guarantee a Liang with themselves since it was their final pick of the first round. So VVV going, but if we lock in Princess Frost, BKLU, all they have to do is just ban the Liang going into the second round. So instead, VVV will go with the Yixing, which very less dependent on Liang, still able to create massive plays with the world as my board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Princess Frost still has a very great potential into this draft as well. I mean, if you put down the Wild Growth, you put down Winter is here, it's kind of going to be very hard for you to get the healing from the Wild Growth, and it's going to slow you down. It's going to make a very easy positioning for your teams to come through, especially when you got picks on BBV like Arlie. You have the Elaine as well, just be able to jump on top of these. But again, Yixing, very good pick here into the mid lane. But looking at these last few bans, they do ban out the D-Renja for some reason on the side of BBV. They already have their marksman, which is the Lady Sunrise, so maybe a little bit of a miscalculation there for BBV, but banning out the Ogryn and the Pei here by the side of BKL.
I definitely like the respect to some of these high level junglers here in the Ogryn and the Pei. You know, both coming from different folds of the cloth here, as one might say. Ogryn being more of the scaling drain tank jungler, whereas Pei probably the best early game focused jungler on the patch in the season. VVV going once again for that trusty old Zhongfei that gave him a lot of priority and agency for Chris on VVV, leaving up their jungler for the very last pick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we talked about the Liang, obviously, but what we saw in HOS League is then we saw a Yixing come through. The Zhongfei was pretty much very close nearby as well, right? Like the pairing of the World Is My Board also being set up from the Unbridled Outburst is still a great pick here for VVV. And they're looking to commit for the Athena once more, trying to put a bit of pressure onto the Lady Sun, looking to kind of try and slow the farm of her and maybe even the Agudo here.
BKLU go for their roundup of doubling down with the Hano. I mean, we saw with the damage charts that at least, you know, it wasn't dealing, you know, nearly as less damage as I thought it was, you know, just based off of, you know, kind of like my first eye test. But, you know, being able to see those highlights once again, you know, we were able to at least see where the lack of damage was coming from. And it's just the fact that D-Renja was getting zoned out. Lady Sun, not necessarily an increase in overall range, but she has more on-demand mobility with the rolling raid, right? So I think that's where BKLU are going to be hoping a big change will be apparent in the way they are able to take these fights. Also considering that with something like the Dolia, you're going to get double cast of that ultimate, which is a great finishing tool, as well as an initial burst and poke, and the Mayin as well. I mean, that is one way you can really make a difference in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, the what seems to be the kind of paired here for the Dolia is definitely going to be the Hino, right? Because there's that secret kind of interaction that happens between these two heroes when you use Fate Rewind once and you get the kind of the markings on your enemies, but then you also refresh it with the Celestial Melody. It then, if you use it again, has CC properties with his ultimate. So maybe they're going to be coming in with this this secret interaction. It's going to be enough of the secret sauce that BKLU need for this Game 3 victory.
And already level 1, this time it's the Dolia helping the Hano for the early 2v2, ensuring that we don't get a repeat from VVV getting the 2v1 early on against the Hano this time around. Yixing was forced to take that early recall. Thankfully, now that we have ramps on this season, tempo plays like this are not nearly as punishing as top lane getting super low.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a hard matchup here into the top lane, right? A very sort of like HP regen orientated. But YY, on the other hand, is getting caught out there. So first blood, once more going over to the side of BKLU, but it's going to be going over to the pocket of the Dolia, which is not the greatest resource pool that you really want to be putting that into. But Chris here maybe getting caught out here. That is the Sentinels of Fate coming through as well. Connecting onto the back line, doing a lot of damage, and Willow may be next.
Well, BLAM, that is one way to start off this Game 3 if you are BKLU getting super aggressive into the faces of VVV, and now Nebula could be in trouble.
Yep, 3v1. I mean, he's getting approached by Agudo there. The Furball is not going to be shying away from that turret anytime soon, but it does definitely take a bit of a recall there for the side of BKL. They don't want to lose that and give some lesser damage going over to the side of the Agudo. But right now, they're just kind of just opening up their enemy jungle, helping themselves to their little minor camps here, the Spike Tail Beast, and the Hogs be taken down as well. So just extra little bit of resources coming over to the side of BKL.
The gold lead isn't quite massive yet for BKLU, but already a stark difference in early pressure. This time with BKLU support being with the Hano from the get-go, he's able to get the first roams out on the map, which we've already seen how it can be such a pivotal point for either of these two teams based on the way they won Game 1 and 2 respectively.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're going to need a lot of pressure here for the side of down to the bot side of the map here, especially with Jun and the Yixing. He needs to kind of try and leverage this sort of 3v2 potential into the bot side to kind of make sure that the Lady Sun doesn't get online as quick as the Arlie does. But right now, it's definitely holding up his own is Nebula in the Clash lane.
Now you see me, now you do.
Trying to do their best here on the lane. Mayin, definitely a hero we see a fair bit more often than some of the other Clash laners we have seen in this series so far. Meanwhile, Chris and June on the roam, potentially looking for a dive. Chris is not going to find that initial burst of CC, but just a lot of damage already, just trying to force the upper hand here for VVV.
Yep, just using that world of my board as a bit of a zone in there, which means that VVV are looking to try and take this T1 down into the bot side of the map. It does mean that they're trying to block out the progression onto these minions as well, right? But okay, we get a bit of the Unbridled Outburst. Doesn't quite connect, however, but through it all, jumping over the wall is not going to be safe enough option here for Chris. He may fall to the center of the bait, dash in, boom! Gets the kill as well. Agudo on top of Willow as well is going to be the next one down for the side of VVV. But they are not looking to stop there. They are looking to give over the Spike Tail Beast, and this is not the time for the side of VVV, right? The two objectives are up.
BKLU, ooh, a lot of damage into Nebulous back. Able to survive there, but BKLU, once again, getting the first rotation down onto the emerging fight on VVV's side of the farm lane. This should guarantee the Tyrant going over to BKLU.
Yeah, a very good early game advantage here for the side of BKLU, right? The increased damage and movement speed going over to a hero like the Lady Sun is going to be very troublesome for the side of VVV because they're already kind of being pushed in to the bot side of the map, and then obviously giving over something to more damage over to the high now as well, right? We've already seen very impressive kind of like Scepters of Fate come through already, so they're going to connect and hit a little bit different over this next kind of 52 seconds.
Yeah, super dominant first 5 minutes of the game here from BKLU. 5 kills to the name. Have not found the first turret, but with the first Tyrant on their side, they're going to have that extra little bit of a team fight damage buff coming in for them. And the other thing that BKLU have really been able to do is find a convincing gold lead. Now, it's 3,000 at 5 minutes. This already feels like game-breaking.
On Sunset being used as well. Dolly does get taken down thanks to using exhausting 2 ultimates to try and take down the Dolio. It's going to be pretty huge for the side of VVV, but also for BKL, they know that their ultimates are down. Unbridled Outburst is the next one up. We do see Yixing trying to use the his ability there to try and do a lot of damage to Tana from the side of the T1 in the bottom side of the map, but it's going to be a double takedown as well as the T1.
I mean, the only thing that Willow can do is just get this guaranteed Overlord for themselves, but because it's not the Shadow Overlord, not going to nearly have the same amount of global pressure with these Vanguards. There's a lot squishier, a lot easier to take down and deal with for BKLU. And right now, BLAM, the 3,000 gold advantage continues to be relatively the same here, but they have already blitzed through the tier 1 turret on the bottom side. This bottom jungle quadrant is an open farming ground for the side of BKLU.
Yeah, but again, just using that Death on Sunset so impressively, especially trying to get Yin out of the team fight as well, right? I mean, that's a lot of CC, a lot of kind of like catch-up potential that's already been taken out of the early team fights, thanks for VVV just kind of putting the pressure on Nebula, doing it very nicely. He's able to take the T1 into the mid lane as well, so already slowly trying to open up their Gorge onto the side of BKLU. I mean, they don't have the kills on VVV, but they are definitely working these lanes.
And VVV are trying to find these windows whenever they can, and it's been very valiant in their attempts. Unfortunately for them, they have not been able to shore up the deficit. Oh, no. But that's a big pick on the Mayin.
Yeah, Mayin going down. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's been the best pick here for BKLU. The Clash lane is being a bit troublesome, a bit kind of like a same image of VVV from game 1, right? Like the Lu Bu getting punished this much is kind of the same kind of thing for BKL and the Mayin this time around.
Destroyed a tower.
A lot more opportunities for VVD to push something like the Mayin, who has a lot of playmaking potential, being able to kick up single targets and just isolate that one priority member from VVD. Unfortunately, if Mayin is down in gold, it's a lot harder to make those assassinations happen as, oh my goodness!
A 1v1 pickoff between Lady Sun and the Elaine there. I mean, not most times you see that come through, but I mean, the damage right now for the side of BKLU could be troublesome because they are about 3k gold ahead globally, so I can imagine a lot of those resources are going over to Lady Sun at this moment in time.
Gold deficit was short up a bit, so nowhere near the 3,000 mark that BKLU were currently going for.
It here as well. A Bridal Outburst catches 2. It does stun the Agudo, but is it going to be enough here to set the team fight into their favor? BKLU are like, no, we're still going to go for it. We have the minions into this mid lane, but is it going to be enough for them to actually claim any kills? Nothing comes off as yet.
I mean, VVV, it is so hard for them to lock down this Lady Sun. That has to be priority target number one from the side of BKLU. The fact that, you know, on the D-Renja, nowhere near the amount of mobility that Lady Sun has for herself in this game. You can already see the effects that this mid lane and farm lane, the two carries of BKLU that were really lacking in terms of overall presence in game 2 against VVV, stepping up a ton and now being the difference here in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they need to do, right? BKLU were down in that mid lane. They need to kind of like negate that as well and get the equalizer. But we do see Ali committed over the wall here. YY into the thick of it, trying to get down the kill onto Dolly once more. Get that Celestial Melody off the board. But speaking of the board, YY being taken down here, and it's all thanks to the Mai.
And we know that the power of this Arlie being able to play with her Parasols gives her multiple times to blink back and forth and really dodge and evade any lockdown for BKLU. Unfortunately, Mai does not care. As soon as she locks you down with the kick, you are just stuck there. Oh, Willow stole the Shadow Tyrant, or it's just the normal Tyrant.
Yeah, but it's going to be taken down the Tyrant there. I mean, that's a good steal, right? And they take the Dahlia as well, so converting that kill theft into something more is pretty huge for the side of BBV. It is a sure sign, saying to BKL that they're not down yet. They are here to stay. They are looking to get some more of those common grounds coming through for themselves.
Giga Chat behavior from Willow, making sure that their run in this KCS is not going to be easy to stop.
Nebula trying to get the kill onto Hino. Oh, it's going to be the trade there. It does go over to Agudo, though, so it is going to be an overall 1-1 trade for now.
All right. There's been a lot of craziness that has happened on the Gorge in the past 30, 40 seconds here. And maybe the action will continue. But now we've got shadow objectives spawning in the Tyrant and the Overlord. This is where the Overlord gets a lot more priority from some of the top teams we've seen across the globe. Willow, though,
needs to be careful. I mean, he's face checking these bushes with his face. I mean, it's not the best strategy, but especially with something like the Athena that has a lot of CC. Willow, I don't think he'll be in a lot of trouble here, especially going against the Dolia, but we are seeing a big confrontation around the Shadow Tyrant for now. Mayin is away, kind of tending the farm up at the top side of the map as well. 1v1 already going to commit against the Hino here. Both Nebula going at it, but it looks like the Fate Rewind is probably going to be used here to try and go back, but it's going to be another Tyrant going over to the side of BBV. This time around, it is going to be the Shadow Tyrant.
That's a big team fight damage buff here for the side of VVV. A lot more when it is the Shadow Tyrant that you're picking up. So now BKLU, despite having what was a huge advantage for the first 8 minutes of the game, VVV, off of a sequence of plays, have really given themselves a chance to come back in this game. The goal deficit, no longer that 3,000. It's being shored up here. And as later the game goes on with these item spikes being hit by VVV carries, the gold advantage does not feel nearly as impactful as it used to.
It doesn't feel as impactful as it used to, but I feel like the biggest effort here for VVV is the fact that not being able to catch out the Lady Sun, right? I mean, you saw the KDA 1-0-6. They are definitely struggling to try and take this lady off the Gorge. And honestly, if they want to try and get the win condition here, especially going into this latter part of the game, we're now 11 minutes and 30 seconds. They need to make sure they're kind of putting all their eggs into this basket to take that damage off the side of BKLU.
Yeah. The fact that BKLU do not have the same beefy front line they had before, but a lot more utility, has at least paid dividends for them with the mobility already. Big fight on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, we already see, looking at a very damaged Mayin at this point in the game, but this is the beauty of the Hino, right? The Fate Rewind can be used to kind of just bait a lot of these abilities out. That's why you can kind of see a lot of basic attacks already being expended, but straight into the back line here is exactly what I was talking about, right? BBV Nebula trying to take down Lady Sun, but it isn't quite going to be rifle enough. It is going to be able to take it down. Hino as well as the Dolia, so that is going to be YY claiming the kill, but it is going to be a kill going over to the side of BKLU, taking some more gold into the stride of the Lady Sun. They've got to be careful now.
Yeah, I mean, the priority target for BKLU, or that VV want to take out, is still alive and well. Double buffs on her side at this point, but being able to take out things like the Hano as well as the Dolia, less utility, less spells that give BKLU... Oh, wait, Jude! Jude, wait! Don't die to the Overlord, you're so low!
Pathetic.
No, he wasn't going to do it. He's got the invincibility from his passive as well, right? So he still knows what he's working with. But Willow is now back into the pit of the Shadow Overlord, which could be really good for them, right? I mean, they haven't had the best kind of like lane preference here for the side of BBV. Neither of the kills. They've just been having some really good, scrappy team fights that have been able to just take over the more important parts of BKLU. But for now, it's enough for them to scrape by. But is it going to be enough for them to get the victory in this game 3?
Gonna come down to if they can find the big pick onto Lady Sun. Just a lot harder to lock down with the amount of mobility she has access to thanks to the rolling raid. VVV other than World is my board, you are really kind of limited on reliable lockdown here. Pushing forward in this top quadrant.
Yeah, I mean, they've got no minion waves pushed here, right? I mean, they're probably waiting for the Vanguards to rock down into this lane before they try and take this team fight, but it is looking like VVV are trying to set up some nice kind of aggression into these lanes. We do see a lane into the backline there, but also into the backline is also the hideout. It's going to be taken down once more. Honestly, I don't feel like this pick has been enough for them, but we do get a take up onto the lane, so access into the backline is going to be even harder for the side of VVV. But at this point in the game, RAAFAA, do they need it?
The big point of contention here. Hang on, YY in trouble.
Yeah, YY go for the 1v1 against the Mayim, but he's going to have enough damage to get that 1v1 takedown. So YY takes his dues and gets out of that lane as they're looking to try and push this high ground turret in the mid lane.
Okay, so a couple things. One, YY getting the 1v1 against the Mayin.
Yep.
This Arlie is now online. Has been able to scale on up. Now very ferocious and very powerful. Lady Sun is still a big problem for VVV, and it's kind of the big carry for BKLU. The thing is, though, is that VVV were able to shore up the gold deficit by using a lane as a distraction point. And by keeping the Lady Sun occupied, VVV got so many turrets with the power of those Vanguards pushing in.
Yeah, Willow just trying to put pressure onto the backside of the map here, especially those sitting nicely in that brush, but it's going to be a bit of a fight on two fronts here. Nebula looking pretty low. He does already use the Blood Rage, so sustainability is not going to be his best calling card going into this team fight. Already BBB look pretty low in terms of their overall health bars, but it's going to be reliant on the Ali here to be able to try and pick off one of the backlines, using the Parasol to get back, but he wasn't able to clean off the Dolia there, which was the main objective. Wasn't the board being used impressively to try and zone out the side of BKLU, but he's going to be the takedown of Willow from the side of BKLU. They get the Tyrant as well. They're looking to run down this team fight as they're putting pressure onto the side of BVB in their own jungle.
I mean, just look at this Lady Sun go. Once again, Nebula, his job was trying to force the Lady Sun out of the fight early on, but didn't get nearly as much damage in that skirmish on that bottom jungle quadrant. BKLU immediately walk up. They're able to skill check VVV in the river there for the Tyrant, and Lady Sun being able to use the power of the double ultimate from the thanks of the Celestial Melody from Dolia, able to blast Willow out of the pit, guarantees that the Shadow Tyrant goes to the favor of BKLU, and they're able to run them out of the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, very balanced, different game here, this game 3, but Mayin has always been kind of like this sort of lost a little duckling out of this whole flock, right? She's always just been picked up there, and BBB know that, so taking that easy kill, taking that easy little bit of gold over to their side means that they're going to have to kind of not worry about taking these 5v5 fights. They're going to have a bit of a handicap going forward for them, and Nebula knows this. He's trying to get the pressure into the bot side of the map, just trying to clean out these waves, because honestly, this is where he kind of tries to formulate this ending of the game, right? We need some pressure into all three lanes so we can try and push us all on all fronts.
Lady Sun forced to answer the bottom side push from Nebula's lane. That guarantees that VVV are able to get the Shadow Overlord once again. Lady Sun is really doing everything she can to keep BKLU's chances alive in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're still there, right? We saw that YY was trying to get the damage onto the lane zone. Pretty much untouchable, though, because, I mean, YY was looking a lot more worse for words than the Lady Sun there, being approached down that 1v1. But speaking of worse for words, it's definitely the Hideout here, trying to sustain a lot of that damage from the side of BBB. He is going to surely get taken down here. It's going to be the double, and Fate Rewind come through once more for the side of BKL, but it is going to be Death on Sunset being committed on the backline, takes down the Hideout once more, takes down both Willow and Nebula are going down here, but the Unbridled Life has been committed late part into the team fight. It's going to be enough for Chris to get it alive. It's not. He's on the run, but he has also the Mayin and the Dolly chasing him down, and he does get taken down to that 3-1 trade, sorry. For BKLU, it's very crucial coming into this 17-minute mark.
And even though the Lady Sun was not able to get really involved safely with that fight, it is the Hano for BKLU using the power of the Celestial Melody to double up on the Fates Rewind to get so much damage. You already saw in just the stat that flew up, nearly 50%, over 50% of the damage dealt in that last team fight in general. You know, I'm so sorry that I disrespected the amount of damage that Hano was, it seemed like he was putting out, but, you know, I've been proven wrong. Meanwhile, 1v1.
Oh, no, again,
Wow.
we get that. It's just seeming like they know where to focus it, right? They already have a great dominance into the Clash lane as well, so they know that Mayin's always going to be there, trying to make sure that the minion wave's not being pushed. It kind of forces the high note to kind of always be there because they know that Mayin's always pretty much on a death timer at this point on the game, and which is not kind of the clear of mind you want when you're BKLU going into what the 90-minute mark as the Tempest Dragon is going to be spawning very soon.
Oh, wait, numbers advantage.
Yeah, Fate Rewind being committed once is going to be committed twice is enough. The CC does come through, but the damage is going to be enough to take down YY. We do see Purple being committed to the team-fight as well. Pseudo Tank comes through, but Yixing laying down the limit is going to be enough to take down the Maying as well as the Hino. There we go, 2-1 trade overall, but there's still no pressure into these lanes. Honestly, we need to make sure they're trying to put pressure into the farm lane as they set up this Tempest Dragon.
I mean, the only thing that is the saving grace for VVV is the fact that they already took out the high ground turret in the bottom side of the map there. Otherwise, BKLU definitely would have had the confidence to just try and run VV down. Maybe look for pushing through to the very end, if not looking for a high ground turret of its own. Shadow Tyrant is secure for BKLU, and BLAM, we're at the stage of the game where we're 25 seconds away from the Tempest Dragon spawning.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only one way you would expect a best of 3 to be finished, right? Especially even in the collegiate league. It's like, we want to see a Tempest Dragon. These teams have both fought tooth and nail to get to this point within this best of 3. So now, they're going to be pretty much no holds barred at this point, right? We see that they're taking the high ground turret down to the bottom side of the map, and that's already a clear, good indicator that VVV have a better setup for this Tempest Dragon than BKLU.
Despite not being able to lock down this Lady Sun once for the entirety of the game, VVV's macro play has just been slightly better than BKLU. It's what is giving them in the edge as they bring it to the end, but Arlie falls on the top side.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage being taken up the side of BBB, right? I mean, if they take a team fight right now, the only real damage they've got coming through here is going to be the Yixing. He does have the passive on there, so Jun knows he does have to get out of jail card, but they have lost the high ground turret into the mid lane. This is a lot more pressure onto the side that BKL are having that they can't deal with going into this late game.
I mean, Arlie's down for another 22 seconds, was looking for that same old pick on Mayim, but this time Lady Sun shadows and ensures that it's not a 1v1 easy pickoff for the Arlie. 5-on-4, BKLU burning down the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, Mayim just being used there as a bit of a deterrent there to try and take away both the Athena as well as Nebula as well. Trying to get this mid lane. He's able to take down Hino, but they do have the Tempest Dragon now. For the side of BKLU, they need to utilize this. They need to put some pressure, or else we could potentially be going into a second Tempest Dragon, because right now they don't have the lane clear, right? They don't have the priority down in their lanes.
Yeah, but it is definitely going to give them so much breathing room for the global pressure that VVV have been able to exact upon them in back-to-back usages of that Shadow Overlord. Will definitely take a lot of time to be able to burn through these Tempest Vanguards. Definitely stronger than your average Shadow Overlord Vanguard. Maybe not as strong as the super buffed one that comes through one of the lanes, but will still be strong enough as they've already lost a high ground turn in the mid lane.
Yeah, insta-kill onto YY once more as well, so that's going to be troublesome for, again, VVV. They're catching out the Arlie exactly where they need to, but we do see the Death on Sunset be committed into the backline here, trying to take it high now, but it is going to be Willow that goes down as well, and Bright Light Burst is only going to catch onto one, and that's not going to be enough to save the lane. Double kill going over to Lady Sun on the side of BKL as they're just trying to force this team fight. They take down everybody on the side of VVV.
No matter what VVV can do, they cannot kill this Lady Sun. Being able to just dash, dodge, dip, and weave through every single threat that VVV threw their way. Unfortunately for BKLU, I don't know, maybe they should have enough time to be able to push through this high ground turret with the Tempest Vanguard on their side. It's down to YY to make the last stand.
Yeah, I think the last time's not going to be enough, right? I mean, we do see that he's bought Sage Sanctuary to that, but it is going to be Crystal takedown. So BKLU is your first set finalist in the KC Western Europe final.
Wow, wow, wow. Absolute cinema that we get a Tempest Dragon on the side of BKLU, stalling out the fight as long as possible. There's moments where the Crystal was getting knocked upon in favor of VVV, but they could never break through this Lady Sun backline. They were able to deal with the Dolia, they were able to deal with the Hano, they were able to deal with the Agudo, they were able to bully the Mayin, but this Lady Sun never fell once that entire game. And you just have to imagine that so much credit and so much pride has to come from the farm laner for BKLU, because after that game two, pretty looking almost completely invisible on the D Renja, he was the absolute Giga Chad Thanos in that game three.
Yeah. I mean, we said it in the early game, not the early game, but probably like mid part of that game, right? The fact is that the Lady Sun was only like 106, and I was like basically saying that, hey, this is their win condition. If they can keep this little lady alive into these team fights, this is where the pain train's going to come through. And we saw that. We saw that to the fault of VVV, that Nebula was kind of always jumping on top of the Hino, just trying to sort of catch him out. But if he was to try and jump onto the Lady Sun, he would also have the Hino to then try and take down. And like you were saying in that match overall, RAAFAA, is the fact that Hino's damage coming through here is going to be kind of like off the charts, because he was throwing at these scepters left, right, and literally everywhere, hitting the side of VVV.
Yeah, and you know, for what it's worth, the Dolia combo with the Hano gave so much space and time for this Lady Sun to just deal away with any of the threats that were coming her way while Hano was getting focused by VVV respectively. And it always worked for them, because their only consistent diver was that Elaine, as you called out for Nebula, but solo dive on the side of a lane into something super slippery like a Lady Sun, there was moments where it seemed like he was able to get a lot of damage, but then Lady Sun able to sustain back up as soon as she re-enters the fight, or just nowhere near the amount of pressure and, you know, no reliable lockdown. That was like the big question too, is that, you know, could you at least maybe try to combo with the world as my board then into those big AoE nukes? But they just never could do it, because I think, you know, a lot of credit has to be given to the awareness and the spacing of this farm laner for BKLU. In those late game fights, you saw that the Lady Sun didn't show up to the fight immediately, right? The fight would break out, and then she would slowly creep up, taking stock of, okay, this ultimate was used, this common skill was used. I can now safely step up and start playing around scenarios in my head. If I see this guy go for me, I'll first rolling raid backwards. Oh, if they still overextend, then I use the flash. Okay, and that kind of awareness and high level cerebral play that is going on, where every microsecond counts in those movements, was the difference.
It was a difference, exactly. And we're going to be seeing it here in the highlights as well, right? The difference coming through for both of these teams. A very backwards and forwards best of three between BKLU and VVY. Even the first blood going over to BKLU. Yes, going over to the Dolia. Not probably the greatest resource pool in terms of where first blood could be going over, especially in terms of that bonus resources. But these team fights were just basically just nail-biting.
Yeah, just watch Lady Sun every single time. The one with the red buff, just dashing and dodging away from the threats. So much constant movement. Here, when dropped below 30% HP, just able to get so much distance using the flash at the right time. And now against someone like a Zhang Fei, where still a giant meatball, but dealing nowhere near the same amount of damage as something like an Elaine would, is able to safely step up, you know, with more confidence and more boldness. And overall, the gold lead, as VVV were slowly coming back into the game, their macro play was quite stunning, and being able to get back-to-back Shadow Overlords for themselves, which is definitely, you know, nothing to scoff at. But they just couldn't break through the Lady Sun, BLAM.
They couldn't break through the Lady Soon as well. Like that's the thing that they were really struggling with, and it was a point to call out. And right here, we can probably see it in these damages, right? Like 79% of the damage dealt from not only the Lady Soon, but also the Hino here as well. 75% damage dealt, even the Agudo. So there was just so much damage going into this late game that it was just too much for the side of EVV, right? To kind of pinpoint and know where the pressure needed to be put into like securing a good team fight for themselves.
Mm-hmm. I'm just curious to see where all. I mean, this Lady Soon was quite fed for a long amount of time and never going down once. You know, I was very confident that we didn't see the Lady Soon die, but then even with the resurrection item as the last one in the build, just to guarantee that if Lady Sun ever did step a little too close for comfort or wanted to trade her first life to guarantee the winning play, it was definitely there as a last measure. And I don't even know if the resurrection was even needed. She never ever went down. And once they were able to get that full wide ace in their own base, they ran it through the top side of the map and they were able to push through the high ground turret and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a fail-safe at the end of that point, right? But I mean, we are going to basically be going into, I mean, this is not only the only best of 3, but it's the first best of 3 within this tournament this far, right? I mean, we're going to have a look at the updated bracket here. So BKLU, congratulations on being the first finalist of the KCS Western Europe Finals. But we are going to get another one on our hands, right? Like, this is going to be something that I feel like maybe at that same caliber between Pheasant Snow Village and Tianqing as well.
And if either of those teams got a chance to witness what their potential opponents in finals, had a taste of, I think some priority on denying the Lady Sun or having guaranteed lockdowns, some point and click AoE CC that will ensure that there's no way that BKLU's farm laner is going to have that much freedom in avoiding a lot of those situations there.
Exactly. But what we're not going to be avoiding is the break before this next best of 3, right? We're going to be getting into a short break before we get into our finals, semi-finals match before we head to the finals in that best of 5. So don't go anywhere, guys. Make sure you tune in after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Campus Series Western Europe Finals. And we've already seen through our first semifinals. For those new tuning in at home, I am Blam, and with me is going to be RAAFAA, as we've already explored that first best of three and got our first semifinalist.
That's right, Blam. And, shout out to BKLU for
Mhm.
being that semifinalist to advance into the finals, triumphant over VVV. And it was such an exciting series to witness. I'm glad it wasn't just a swift 2-0 because, come on. Where's the spirit and collegiate in that? Being able to see it all come down to the wire.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously we're going to be looking at the format as well now. So we've just gone through our qualifiers 1 and 2 from the 9th of May. Ooh, a bit of a trip up on my words there. The quarterfinals happened yesterday as well. So again, a lot of action happened yesterday, but not on broadcast. But the day is the broadcast day. And we've already seen our first semifinal, number 1, between BKLU and VVV. BKLU being the victor after a 2-1 victory. And then the semifinals, number 2. Who have we got in store for us, RAAFAA?
Well, I would love to tell you, Blam. It is none other than Pheasant Snow Village and Tianqing. These two teams are going to have their biggest challenge yet ahead of them, where Pheasant Snow Village, I should say, I don't think they've really been challenged yet based on their 2-0 over Durham University, whereas Tianqing have already been through the ringer with their full 3-game distance series against Latte Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. They've got to be either dodging the caffeine from the Latte Dodgers or just dodging the defeat, because they were obviously at a 2-1 scoreboard, but maybe it was just a little bit of a kind of overzealous play that may have happened in that game that made them lose. But honestly, I feel like that's kind of like what we'll be seeing here. Maybe a more polished, more refined Tianqing in this semifinals number 2.
Yeah. The big thing I'm going to be curious about, Blam, is, based on what we saw from BKLU and VVV, both of these teams were very in tune and intimate with what is kind of the highest level of pro play and what's meta in terms of hero selection and priority. Will it be the same with Pheasant Snow Village and Chongqing, or are they going to have different priorities in mind?
Potentially, right? I mean, I feel like even though we were kind of onto the fact that they were like going for meta picks, like, but when you consider, even though it's only like a full best of 3, and that's what, maybe like 15 heroes at max, even though there was actually like quite a few repeat heroes selected in both game 1 and game 2, and even game 3. I mean, Agudo 3 times. I mean, it's not my birthday on the 11th of May, but it felt like it this time around.
I know you were definitely living it up just to see Agudo victorious in the end there. Now, if they want to make it, my birthday as well, unofficially, I want to see some pay being locked in the jungle. We at least saw some bans being,
Yes.
thrown the way of BKLU and VVV respectively. So, who knows? Maybe Pheasant Snow Village and Chongqing will have that pay sauce.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both of these teams, or all 4 of these teams, have probably been watching each other play, especially within the semifinals, with it being broadcasted as well. I at least hope so, right? Because they're going to be getting the intel what they need. I mean, these next 2 teams are going to be kind of fighting for that final position in the finals, so they want to be knowing what BKL are going to be drafting. And if they start banning out the Agudo, it's going to force their jungler to actually finally play something a little bit different. I mean, we saw a bit of a hover on the Orgrin here and there, but actually no Orgrin came out in a full best of 3, which is very bizarre to say in honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah. Dune and Athena were the main responses from
Yeah.
BVV into the BKLU series
Mhm.
overall. But looking forward for, again, this is our second semifinals of the playoffs. Our winner here at the end of the series will be advancing to face against BLKU in the finals for a chance at that top share of our 7.6K pound prize pool. First place gets 2,400 pounds in the bag for their collegiate squad.
I mean, I feel like it feels alien to you to say pounds, right? Like the Great British Pound. I mean, we're so always used to saying it within USD, but I get my final little victory here that we finally get to say the prize pool in pounds, even though it's taken a bit of a beating, but still, it's still a little bit of representation for me. But yeah, first place gets that 2,400 quid. I mean, I'm going to lay it down in terms of lingo for students. The second place is going to be 1,150 pounds. The third place is 775 pounds. Fourth is going to be 580 pounds. £200, and then 5th to 8th place get that 385 quid as well. So enough to pay off them overdrafts, enough to buy some takeaway. What more could a student want playing Honor of Kings and getting some money?
So, quick question, Blam. Can you
Yeah,
clear up the differences between pounds and quid usage?
it's the same
When
thing.
are you?
Same thing.
It's the same thing. So
Yeah,
so
same thing.
why is there like is it just slang for pounds then to just say quid?
Exactly. That's it. Exactly. I mean, when you're down the pub, you're gonna is it 3 quid for a pint? They're over there. No, it's £3 for a pint. So it's all down to those little social interactions, right? Like it's just
Hmm.
when does it
Hmm.
feel right to use quid and pound? So it's one of those little intricacies that we're known for.
Yeah, I guess me being the silly American over here across the pond. I think the only comparison I can think of is obviously our currency is dollars, but
Mhm.
if we're talking about slang, comparably, we would say, how much is this drink? Oh, it's $6. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
Boba's like four
Basically, it.
bucks. So
Yeah.
yeah, bucks,
That's
quid,
basically the same
bam.
thing. Same thing.
We've
Same
done
quid,
it.
bucks,
We've
quid.
cracked the code, Blam.
Yeah, we've come closer culturally.
I love that for us, just making sure that despite the years of history, we're coming closer together, America and UK bridging those relations. See, all the power of esports, baby. We're bringing it back.
That's it, bringing it back. And I mean, obviously, we will be bringing back the action very, very soon with this semifinals. Game number 2 come through as well, right? I mean, these are two teams that we've already seen in the brackets. Like you were already saying, Rafa, that the Pheasant and Snow Village have got here 2-0. And then, obviously, their opponents, Tianqing, have been a 2-1 victory over the Latte Dodgers to get here. But we are going to get into the BP
Woohoo!
of game number 1.
I'm keeping my eyes out on these bands here, Blam, just to see, how in tune Tianqing and Pheasant Snow Village are with the meta. And so far, Dahlia, right from the get-go, these bans were pretty much the same thing that we saw in Game 1 in our first semifinal series. Oh, a Lady Gen ban. A little bit of respect here to potential mid lane pool for Pheasant Snow Village.
Yeah, again, it's a great mage that we didn't see at all in that last best of 3. Gives over a lot of control. Destructive Deluge also does a lot of damage. We do get a lot of people comment saying, I don't know why teams pick Lady Chen. She doesn't do enough damage. But honestly, from my experience, and when you see that kind of damage graph after those games, she's kind of like in top 2, top 3 all the time. But it is going to be Misaki here taking early first pick because it does make it through this first banning phase. Obviously, it is going to be Tianqing onto the blue side and Pheasant Snow Village onto the red side, so they get to be reactive with this red side, and it looks like they're going to go for the Mai Shiranui and something else here.
Unfortunately, Blam, no Ogudo will be present in this game since
It's
it was
fine.
the last
It's fine.
ban for Pheasant
It's
Snow
fine.
Village. But you know what? A lot of early game power already locked in. You already called the Mai Shiranui for the mid lane. Byron, probably one of the premier Clash laners that kind of emerged in the Kings Major West League just a couple of weeks ago. Now, Tianqing have an answer for a response.
Yeah, I mean, is this potential going to be set up for a pay Byron combo come through? I mean, with the Mai Shiranui in the mid lane, it'll be very aggressive. I mean, they can't pick this Nua because they have the Mai Shiranui there. That the Nua is not going to be coming through. Pay being highlighted here for you, Rafa. Oh, it's locked in. It's his birthday.
My favorite Tiger Mancer is gonna hit the gorge, baby. Oh, I love this hero. The amount of early plays that you can make on this pay, you can get super aggressive, put a lot of pressure into the face of Tianqing with, as soon as level 1, you take that second skill so that not only you have the attack speed story with your shield, but as well getting access to the Tiger form, being able to pounce off walls, and it really does help for that first camp counter jungle that we see from Pei often.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to get the Chao as well as the Zhongfei onto the side of Tianqing as well. So we're going to be hopefully seeing that the Chao actually come into the mid lane, right? I mean, that's a lot of CC for the Mai Shiranui to try and kind of like backflip over as well. The Leaping Void Tides is definitely going to be something of an obstacle for that mid lane 1v1. And honestly, the benefits of the either Whirlpool into the later part of the games as well is going to be pretty oppressive for the side of TQ this time around. But looking at those last little few bans here, right? The Huan, the Futsu being banned out here. Interesting bans for both of these teams.
I will say that there's a little bit of aura loss with Pheasant Snow Village by banning the Ogren, despite having the Byron Pay combo on their side, because that's how you're supposed to counter it. You're supposed to get up in the faces of Tianqing, but I think they're just respecting the power of this Ogren, even with something as early and aggressive as the combo they've locked in for themselves. Bianpo and Yuhuan, pretty notable bans from the side of Tianqing, trying to deny a guaranteed frontliner for the side of Pheasant Snow Village. Gonna be looking at Sakir, not necessarily a frontliner, but brings a lot of healing sustain as well as AoE CC.
Ooh,
never mind.
No, they're going to switch it out on the Motsu towards the latter part of it. I mean, again, it's going to be interesting to see how they use the setup of this Motsu, right? I mean, it can be good to sort of try and like start a team fight, trying to sort of like get a bit of a counter engage as well. But if you start playing the Motsu onto a bit of a back foot here, so if you're PSV and you are kind of already playing behind, it's going to be hard for this Motsu to shine, right?
Maybe the cannon blasts are going to have to be on point for Pheasant Snow Village, because now, other than Byron, you really don't have like a dedicated tank frontline. And Byron is not, necessarily a dedicated tank. He just has a lot of sustain and shield, so he's able to just kind of, blitz his way through. However, I'm really excited about the prospect of not only a fade, but a soon save from the side of Tianqing.
Yeah, I mean, you get the execute from the ultimate of Fade as well, right? So you're going to be looking at trying to chunk down those squishier heroes onto the side of PSV this time around. But the D-Ranger here being highlighted is, again, just a good counter against the Ali overall in terms of the early game, in terms of the damage as well. And obviously, he does have quite a bit of health compared to other marksmen. But they kind of choosing between that and maybe even the Consort U, right? I mean, we saw it in the Major West League where the Motsu and the Consort U paired very beautifully into that farm lane, right? Like, they are able to kind of stunt the growth of these late game marksmen.
Oh, BLAM, what is the common skill that Sensei is currently hovering right now?
Oh, it's stun, right? I mean, that's pretty huge. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Like, go in with the set sail, stun as many people as possible. There's very little cleanse. Obviously, the D-Ranger here makes sense, because if you try and lock in onto the D-Ranger, use your second skill, Legal Immunity, just to get out of there, try and escape. But yeah, most of the other team, obviously, if it lands onto the Mai Shiranui or the Pei, it could be painful.
Wow. I mean, normally when we've seen the Sensei in the KMW, or more so the KME, which it really was super prevalent and dominant over there, I mean, flash value still is so big for Clash laners as later in the game you get trying to, go for repositions and clutch plays. But I mean, the amount of CC potential is just crazy with that loadout. But here we go, BLAM, loading up onto the Gorge for game one between Tianqing and Pheasant Snow Village.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it makes sense as stun, but at the same time, we saw time and time again where they don't take the stun to take the flash, but then go for Frigid Charge towards the latter part of the game. So maybe they'll just decide to not go for the Frigid Charge or go for like the double stun kind of tactics that they could use here on the Sunset. But already we're seeing a little bit of a lane priority down to the bot side of the map. Gotta be careful though. We don't want PSV's DRNG to be taken out in the 2v1 this early on, right?
Cannon Blast goes a little wide there, but thankfully the power of those Parasols keeps Miss Hockey alive here. Mai Shiranui trying to get aggressive. Oh,
trying to get aggressive. Yep. I mean, they're not going to make any points here, especially when they don't have any minion waves crashing through as well, right? Like, now they finally connect. Now would probably be a time to try and take that fight if they were going to do it. But at the same time, they're putting a lot of pressure onto the bot side of the map, PSV here, and same to the respective, the opposite side of the side lane as well, right? I mean, Byron 1v1 set up here against the Sunset. It's always Byron's time to shine.
Yep. A lot of power in that healing you get from the first skill, and then once you start to get electrified and charged up on your passive resource management, then and all those skills do even more effects. Your second skill actually, knocks people up instead of just slowing them overall. And then once you get access to ultimate, all the shields are massive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the sustain we've seen on this pick, the Byron, from previous tournaments. I mean, that 3v1 kind of like showdown with Nighty on Twisted Minds, the absolutely immortal Byron that lives in the EU League for now. Could be seen something that they're trying to replicate here on the side of PSV.
Maybe. And you know what? The fact that this is the Western Europe Collegiate final and championship, maybe they were paying attention to that KMW. That's where the inspiration for the Byron lock-in does come in mind here, as, I think Nighty definitely being a huge inspiration for many aspiring Clash laners.
I mean, it's not just from obviously the KMW as well, right? I mean, KPL has definitely been like the influence for a lot of the global esports scene this far. So this is something that kind of started from the KPL as well. Just obviously having that sort of like very aggressive early game, but then obviously that instant access into the backline. I mean, those kind of very impressive kind of dashes and flash combos that you can actually get with the Byron here, especially with the knock-up of his first skill. It's pretty kind of, it's very good in terms of like, trying to pick off the likes of like even a Fade or even the Arlie, right?
We already know how slippery and Arlie can be playing off those parasols, being able to blink back and forth. All comes down to parasol management as we quick zoom in on to this top side. Level 6 now for the Byron. I want to take a zoom over to the jungle matchup here, Blam, because we haven't really seen this Pei get that aggressive in the first 3 minutes so far.
No, we haven't. That was literally my next point, to be honest. I think you just took the words right out of my mouth there, RAAFAA. I was like, I don't
We're
think
synced up, baby!
Yeah, exactly. We've got quids and bucks, and we're all good. But yeah, we haven't seen him actually invade the enemy jungle at all in this early game, which is definitely a different pace to what we normally see when the Pei comes through.
Moving for the first time, at least aggressively, into the enemy jungle with the Mai Shiranui, at least trying to play through mid lane is at least wise from the side of Pheasant Snow Village. But yeah, definitely agree. We have not really seen a chance for this Pei to really come online against something like the Fade.
Yeah, I mean, the real aggression's been so far in this game one is just the side lanes just constantly pushed onto the side of TQ. Like, they're just constantly trying very hard to try and get the advantage here. We do see a bit of a teleport come from the Zhongfei here as well, but we are seeing a set sail coming through here. Stun setup could come through straight onto the Mai Shiranui. She may be getting dodged out there. She used the flash to stay alive, but last hit coming from the Zhongfei is going to be enough to take down one, but not only that, two, is going to be the Byron being taken down as well.
Oh, what a big win for Tianqing in the back of that river fight. The set sail just cruises from the top side. Doesn't even matter that Byron got the first teleport roam over. He's able to make the collapse and rotation much more impactful. And now Tianqing, still gold lead, not necessarily in their favor, but it's a big tempo play that they can make.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to make sure they don't go overstep into the enemy jungle, right? I mean, we saw there that Zhongfei was very, very low. He doesn't have the Unbridled Light Burst, neither does he have his Rage at this point to actually use his ultimate that's going to be the big deterrent to push away Pheasant Snow Village as well. But 1v1 going to be the clash lane here. We're just seeing, again, just that replicated lane priority down to the bot side of the map once more. T1 looking like it's going to get taken down. So we are seeing DRNG gets the last hit. So forcing away the Chow as well as the R lane means they're able to claim that T1.
And for what it's worth, even though they don't necessarily win big on the Tyrant fight or the Tyrant themselves, Pheasant Snow Village still had the tempo to be able to redeploy back on the map, get the first turret as you called out, and once you lose rounds of these...
2v1? Oh, another kill going up to TQ.
Huh. Okay, well, that makes my point a little less strong. But if Pheasant Snow Village are able to continue snowballing these outer tier 1s, Pei can still have a big impact, because when there's less protection from these, outer tier 1s, as he's constantly invading, looking for quick rotations, thanks to the mobility and the fast just switch-ups between human form and dire form on this Pei, that is where you can, even though he didn't really find much in the early game, he can still make a big impact in this mid-game.
Yeah. Huge think inside the box commitment there means that they're able to get this crashing minion wave into the T2 into the farm lane. So honestly, like you were saying there, RAAFAA, they're not getting the greatest team fights, but macro playstyle from PSV is definitely a night and day performance.
Yep. How this is the pretty much the next big window, if not the last window as Pei. You can try and accelerate the game in your own right now that you've already completed 2 major items for yourself as the Pei, trying to continue having that gold advantage in your lead.
Yeah, again, we can see here that the other wall pool is basically being used as it should be, kind of a bit of a deterrent to kind of keep them away from trying to push that T1 into the mid lane, but the fact that they're able to completely wipe out the farm lane is probably just as troublesome, right? I mean, they have complete access down to that bot side of the map. Pei now has access to a second Crimson Golem if he really fancies it.
Yeah, he's going to take as many resources as possible. Pei is not...
Yeah.
That's
knock
great.
up. Okay.
Okay.
Look at Chusens as well. Not quite enough to take out Misaki.
Definitely a little close for comfort there, but Misaki's still playing with fire mid lane.
Oh, yes, okay.
Blue
The
team
Chow goes
has
down.
destroyed
Nicely
a
done by the
tower.
side of PSV. They're not quite stopped there. Set Sail does come through as well, just mainly being used as a defensive deterrent there. Set Sail's boat is actually not going to connect onto anybody as well, so no knock up this far.
Level 12 on the pay here for PSV. Potential fight in the mid lane.
The
Umbrella
Bright
out
Light
first
Burst
use.
not hitting anybody as well. Not good.
I mean, look at the macro play already from Pheasant Snow Village. Once again, they're just strong. They're brute forcing their way through these outer tier ones. Despite that first big win for Tianqing, it is still PSV playing the macro game incredibly well.
Oh, super well. I mean, the aggression on the map is pretty huge here. Cannon Blast is actually going to connect onto the Sunset, so there is going to be no engage there. We see the Master Sword is actually being built there onto Fade, so potentially some more damage coming through, but not quite having these moments of shine just yet is the Emerald Blade.
Oh, and this is kind of a first for pay builds that at least I've seen. Normally, pay does tend to go for the Master Sword as well, third item, but it's actually the I can't remember the name of the item, but it's the one that gives you damage reduction that we saw on Byron as well, I believe.
Let me have a look
Or
once
might-
that comes back up. Like I say, I didn't quite catch it when the optimization came up, sorry, but we'll have a look and
No,
suss
you're
that
good.
out later. But it's Fade going in here onto the Byron as well here with Zhang Fei. Has to be careful, but he does have the dash over the wall. He is pretty safe. UNG coming in here as well. They are able to still maintain the takedown of that Overlord for now, as they are just maybe getting caught out here is Pay.
Oh,
Bright
Pay,
Light
gotta be
Burst
careful
onto
here.
two. Yep, the flash into the back line for the Byron as well, trying to catch out the Chow. The Chow looking pretty low, not able to actually get out with the Fountain as well. And it's going to be a takedown. That is a 2-1 trade overall for PSV.
Okay, well, Tianqing being able to at least get, one kill for themselves over there, but once again, Pheasant Snow Village making strong usage of their ability to just quickly collapse on the map. So much mobility is on the side of PSV relative to Tianqing's ability. Now, this pay, not going to go for the objective, going to try to look for the 1v1.
Yeah, so the item he built is the Frostguard's Embrace. Obviously, again, it is for basically the slowdown of your enemy team. So slippery heroes like the Ali is going to play very nicely into and clean up so nicely there. Kill does go over to the Renjit, though. Fade goes down as well. This is a clean display from PSV. Honestly, it feels like a lot more of a dominant performance than the past two teams in their first games as well, right?
Yeah. All right, I definitely got confused. It looked very similar to the item that Byron had built for themselves, but I love that because if I'm not mistaken, what is it? Frostguard's Embrace has HP, it has armor, and the passive of being able to slow enemy opponents off of every empowered auto attack that you weave in off the cast of those skills you have. That's a great way to make pay, even though it's not nearly as high damage. The fact that he wants to maintain that gold lead and or the overall advantage for himself by making yourself tankier, it allows you to survive in these, life or death situations.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, definitely into like the more slippier heroes as well. It's more of a kind of an offensive version of the Ominous Premonition, right? Ominous Premonition would normally be built on like your tanks, like your Dune, your Ogre, stuff like that, Monkey. But yeah, Frostguards is just kind of like the aggressive version of that item. And I mean, it's paying dividends, right? Overall, globally, they're like, what, 60k gold difference right now on the side of PSV? And it doesn't look like they're going to show any signs of stopping at this point in time.
Yeah, it's just one more good fight away from being able to breach these high ground turrets. Once that happens, and Tianqing will be on the back foot permanently for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they probably had here, but it's going to be a big knock up here onto the Sunset. Sunset is going to be the first to fall onto the side and take you. But into the backline as well, it's Ali, so Misaki is going down also, so that's one big output of damage being taken down, and your front line engage as well, so already they kind of play very defensively at the higher ground turret territory as well, so already PSV taking that to T3 up into the flash lane.
All right, I think this Frostguard embraces some serious sauce here for the pay. He pretty much pulled off a 1v3 and never went down and still took a kill with him.
Still took a kill with him. The Umbrella Burst has been committed into the early part of the team by only catching out the pay, which is probably not going to be enough here, but maybe be enough to try and take down the Byron. Okay, ooh. Byron does go down thanks to the Ali as well as the Chow, but reinforcing back into the team fight is going to be a sorely missed set sail, but it's still going to be cumulatively enough to take down the pay as well.
Double
I
kill.
mean, they
Red
definitely
team
sent it because
killing
Tianqing
spree.
desperately needed something off the back of it, but it still ends up being Pheasant Snow Village favored because they're still up in gold. They were able to breach the high ground turret on the top side. Mid lane high ground turret is about to fall. The only chance here is that Tianqing no longer have to deal with a smite contest from the side of Pheasant Snow Village.
They don't, but I mean, they're looking to try and go for it. Maybe get some kills here for the side of PSV as well, right? I mean, Vade looking pretty low. He's still able to get the smite onto the Shadow Overlord, which is going to give him a bit more pressure going into this 12-minute mark as well. They definitely needed it. A bit of a sort of like Hail Mary, per se.
It definitely will alleviate a lot of the global pressure that Tianqing are currently suffering at the moment with enhanced minions pouring through that clash lane for the rest of the game. Now it comes down to what lane Tianqing want to send this Empowered Vanguard. They could send it through top lane and just make sure that they do not have to attend to the enhanced minions. Or if they want to make a proactive play, setting up for that Shadow Tyrant on the bot side, they can send it through either mid or bot.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, absolutely. I think either the side lanes would probably be a good call here, but the fact that this recently lost their high ground turret in the mid lane could be at any point in this game, right? Like, they don't want to be losing their final one, as they did really need it onto the side of PSV, especially with the long-range poke of the D-Ranger from his passive as well, just able to kind of like poke and prod as if it was like a rolling raid onto the Lady Soon as well, but that gets dropped down to the bot side of the map to kind of keep hold of their high ground turret.
Yep. However, Pheasant Snow Village are just going to blast it through. Even Pei feeling bold enough to just walk up, down smash the high ground turret, and now that's all 3 high ground turrets gone.
Yeah, they were like, we don't care. We're going to end the game on our own watch, right? And right now we're seeing, 2 mini waves crash through here. The Umbrella Burst takes onto 1. It is only going to go onto the Byron, though, so not quite the squishies of hero, but still. The Either Whirlpool does come through. Fade gets the kill onto the Motsu, but Ali goes down respectively as well. We do see Byron into the thick of it onto the Sunset. Sunset goes down as well. It's pretty much just left between Zhang Fei and the Chao left alive. All they need is just the minion wave to come through into this middle wave, right? Like, Fade is trying his best with these long-range attacks to keep them away from this crystal in game 1. But it's going to be hard. Maybe the execute's going to be enough. Oh! Byron goes down, but it's not going to be enough for them to save this crystal. Leaping Koi Tides is trying to keep away the enhanced minions, but game 1 goes to PSV.
That was complete dominance by the side of Pheasant Snow Village. It definitely didn't start that way because the first team fight, remember, was a big wipe from the side of, or not a big wipe, but, you know, 2 flat kills into Tyrant, first one of the game for the side of Tianqing. But then right after that, BLAM, it was just turret after turret after turret after turret for Pheasant Snow Village.
Yeah, as soon as the dam sort of started to show the cracks, right, that's when they kind of just laid down the pressure onto the side of PSV. They got the T1 into the farm lane, T2 shortly after, and then they went up into the top side of the map, got that one, then got the T1 into the mid lane after a little bit of kind of resistance from the side of TQ, but it was still a very clean game from PSV. Obviously, we started to see sort of cracks in the armor start to show towards that latter part of the game, but interestingly enough, no invade in the early game from the Pei still meant no problem.
And I'm gonna be, you know, taking some notes on that Frostscar embrace tech for the Pei in my own games, because I mean, ever since we saw players like Dao, you know, being able to show us, you know, how to play Pei at the highest level, it just seemed like, okay, well, you're supposed to just build this guy full damage so that you can never be matched in the 1v1 side lane. But by going for Frostscar embrace, I mean, to their credit, BLAM, they have plenty of damage, so Pei doesn't necessarily need to go full damage and can at least be deceptively more tanky with this setup instead.
Exactly. We're going to break that down a little bit more after the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to go into game 2 very soon, so make sure you tune in after the break. Right, welcome back, everybody. After that very intense game one between Pheasant Snow Village and Tianqing as well. Honestly, like we were saying in that post break, that like the pay there was obviously not very much invading in the early game. Was like, hold on, is this like a little bit of a coy kind of play style? But it all kind of came into fruition towards the end, right, Rafa?
That's right. Pay finally came online. As we talked about, there's two kind of big windows where you can really accelerate on the pay, right? Either
Yeah.
right from the get-go, level 1, you're trying to get aggressive with those early camp evades, or in the big game, which is exactly the direction that this pay took on the side of Pheasant Snow Village.
Exactly. I mean, there's no better no better way of getting online when the time is right, and that's exactly what they was really waiting for there. I mean, we saw this takedown of the Ali into the bot side of the map, and then here, thanks to like the defensive items of like the Feroscar's Embrace, giving it a little bit more kind of like HP over and a little bit armor over to the side of the pay here, meant that he's able to kind of dive in with a little bit more kind of conscience free, right? And then we can kind of see here as we break down these score kill boards.
Definitely more boldness out of the pay, even if you are not building nearly as much upfront damage, as well as kind of, combat stats that are supposed to help you deal more damage quickly. I mean, he even went for armor boots as well. So on top of that, this is just overall a very durable and, at least into physical damage, very tanky pay come mid game. And it just makes his assassinations a lot more reliable, because a lot of the times, if you see a pay flying in 1v3, you as the farm laner feel a lot more confident trying to send it, right? And just fortunately, that was never the case. Miss Aki going down several times against the pay.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the confidence boost that Emotsu gives to your team, right? Like having that cannon blast that's going to be kind of like really perceptive and locking down your enemy team so that the likes of Pei can just dive in, as well as the Mai Shiranui. But if you look at the overall damage dealt, it goes over to the D Ranger, which honestly 120k damage compared to like 72 and 81 on the Mai Shiranui is definitely what they needed there. Like protecting the Renji was their kind of like goal into this latter part of the match.
Now just starting to look ahead into the second draft. There's almost too many picks that you have to worry about banning, as well as contesting for yourself if you are Tianqing, because I mean, yeah, you can ban out the pay away, but then you have to worry about the Bai Shiranui. You have to worry about the D Renja. You have to worry about the Byron as well, and even as you called out, the Motsu. Something normally we would expect something like a Liam Po to be the support option, but that was banned away, right? And Motsu being able to line up those range CC skill shots there, definitely helping in just making that oppression really felt on the side of Pheasant Snow Village.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely present, right? Like, but we are going to get into the draft of game 2. So obviously not much waiting now as we get between the potential final game between TQ and PSV. But already banning out the Dolia once again, as well as the Diadea. Massive respects to these support bans, as they do turn the tides of some of these drafts as well.
And you know what? There it is. Tianqing, respect pay ban. Agudo's still the same for PSV, and Tianqing are going to go back to the Arlie. And now, look how swift the lock-ins are for PSV. Now they know exactly what they want.
They know exactly what they want, but then at the same time, TQ locking in the Orgreneer in game 2, right? Like we said in the previous series, there was no Orgrens that actually came out, and we were expecting a little bit of difference in meta, but honestly, such a big pick like the Orgren is always kind of fortuitous in these fights, right? Like he brings fortune, he brings a lot of kind of victories, especially if your team doesn't quite necessarily have the burst damage within their capability, right? But I mean, having that paired against the Dune now, there's going to be quite a lot of soaky, tanky kind of front lines in terms of those early game battles coming through.
PSV were hovering what I believe was the Wu Yan for a bit there before the D Renja ultimately gets locked in. Just trying to take notice of like, hey, what are the things that worked for us in game 1? Let's just prioritize getting those locked in for ourselves right now. And that was, the two main carries in the mid lane, Mai Shiranui and D Renja for the farm lane.
Yeah, my only concern here though is the fact that the Hu-1 onto the side of TQ, right? Like we can see a dive from the Mai Shiranui, potentially from the Dune, but if you use the Unending Sorrow, it's going to completely negate that kind of dive potential, what it has to set up a great team fight. So I don't feel like the range is going to have that kind of ease of access into doing a lot of damage into these team fights this time around.
TQ definitely relying on a lot more survivability between both the Ogryn as well as the Yuhuan. Obviously, we know that Arlie is very comfortable in being able to evade a lot of skill shots and damage by being able to blink between the parasols. And now, TQ just trying to get rid of other options that give PSV more CC, more range lockdown like the Motsuban.
Yeah, again, the Motsuban here, I think it's just paying respect to the last game, right? Like, the Motsuban is definitely just kind of like, hey, let's get those off the table. Let's see if they can kind of emulate that with some different picks. But honestly, maybe we could look at something like a Zhongfei for the side of PSV, right? Like, they need a little bit more of a front line. Like, they don't have that kind of oppressive sort of cannon blast potential. They would have the unbridled outburst if they really wanted to, because we're really looking at either the support pick and the clash lane right now. But it's going to be the Dharma getting locked into the side of PSV.
I mean, PSV know that the Dharma was banned the last time around, but because it is opened up by DQ going for support bans instead, they waste no time in securing the Truth Mantra Master himself.
Yeah, again, it's a CC that they need, right? Like, if you're going to kind of try and catch out the Mai Shiranui, try and kind of disable the incomes of the Dune as well, having the Dharma is going to be something that you can kind of try and get a bit of a faint sort of subtle backline push into the enemy team, especially with the Truth Mantra connecting onto 4, but it looks like potentially the Zhongfei is coming through here. Sakia being picked up for TQ is, again, another great pick. Mulberry Power landing onto Mai Shiranui. She tries to go in with the engage, tries to upset that flow of the momentum that PSV are really looking for in these team fights.
Elaine also locked in as well for TQ, seeing if they can at least find some success by having a strong diving threat from the clash lane. PSV have been hovering multiple support options over the past several seconds. Things like the Zhongfei and the Lianpo were the major hovers, and in the end, it is going to be that strong frontline support in the Lianpo.
Yeah, I mean, Lianpo generally always comes out when the Ogryn comes out. We've seen this in, like, the Major West League. Most teams that, like, go for the Ogryn decide to go for the Lianpo as well, just to kind of take it off the cards. But honestly, I feel like if they did that onto the side of TQ, they would lose a lot of healing potential, because you can see right here the amount of sustain from the healing from the Hue-1 as well as the Sakia. I mean, self-sustain from the Ogryn, thanks to the Conductor of Souls, is pretty huge potential if we can see these anchor team fights sort of orientate around the Ogryn.
Yeah, and as you first told me back when I was introduced into Honor of Kings, you know, watching all the international VODs of Ogryn pretty much dominate the pro meta, there was two main things you told me that you could do to try and stop this Ogryn from being a menace. One, invade him early, which is why they banned the pay. Now, you don't really have the composition that really invades super efficiently, but two is just have a lot of CC on your side to try and lock down this Ogryn. Well, BLAM, they have a Lianpo, they have a Dune, they have a Truth Mantra in the Dharma, they even have the Imperial Order from D. Renja, and as well as Mai Shiranui's whole kit, so maybe it will be enough.
Oh, I mean, what might be enough is the first blood here, potentially going over to TQ. I mean, he didn't expect that Mulberry Power to come through that early on into the clash lane, right?
Yeah, cheeky support start from the side of TQ. Starting up on the clash lane, normally we see support, you know, roaming to mid lane and helping getting that push, but I don't think anyone in their right mind as a clash laner would expect the force of 1v2, and that's first blood!
First blood, all aided by Execute as well, RAAFAA. I mean, this is the second Execute lane we've seen in the KCS this far. Normally they take Sprint, normally they take their Flash, but this time around, they want to be super aggressive getting these first bloods. And right now, speaking of aggression, is the Lianpo into the back line here, trying to just whittle down the Hue-1, but at the same time, Misaki has free reign over the D-Ranger and gets that kill taken down into the bot side of the map.
I like it, TQ, getting right into the faces of PSV, not allowing them to get that early macro snowball going for themselves. Now, to be fair, the way that the game one started for TQ was a pretty big team fight win into the Tyrant being taken before PSV just kind of ran them around the map. So we'll see if Pheasant Snow Village can look to buckle down once again.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being put to the top side of the map, though, because I feel like Elaine going against the Dharma is a pretty hard matchup for the Elaine itself. Obviously, Dharma has the dashes, he has the Enlightened Mantras, but ultimately, if you can land the CC immunity properly, you can be pretty good in these 1v1s, where it's kind of riding on a very sort of high risk, high reward mechanic here, but Mitsaki taking a lot of damage, but also dealing the damage over to the D-Ranger before recalling from that Paracel is probably one of the true beauties here of the Ali, even though the D-Ranger is probably like a natural counter here for this pick.
Yeah, you gotta play a dangerous game as the Arlie, because with the mobility that you have, it gives you the flexibility to really get in the face before getting a get-out-of-jail-free card, blinking back to the Parasol, as long as it's at max range distance away from danger. But now PSV, noting that this Arlie's been getting super aggressive, they've called upon their mid laner to rotate towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I feel like they need it right, but at the same time, with Yuan down there as well as the Ali, I feel like she gets the sustain, gets the sort of like healing that she needs if she is going to take quite a lot of brunts going in very aggressively, able to just kind of heal up thanks to the support pick here. But right now, we are seeing a little bit of a goal difference, even though we did see first blood, actually 2 first bloods, first kills going up the side of TQ. Even though that happened, PSV is still kind of ahead in terms of the gold lead. It's not like a massive lead, but it's still kind of like a slow effect.
Yeah, and like we said before in game 1, you know, TQ got the first explosive moment on the map, and yet PSV still ran away with the game right afterwards. Now, PSV haven't gotten a chance to open up the map since it's still very early on. We haven't even had Tyrant or Overlord spawn yet, but they will in the next 35 seconds.
Potentially. I mean, I like to look at the kind of like health of the bot side of the map again. I mean, they kind of let in D-Ranger have that same kind of effect that he had in game 1, right? Like, he was so sort of like proactive down to the bot side of the map. Speaking of proactive, though, that rotation was very proactive, but too aggressive. I wasn't quite expecting the Mulberry Power to connect onto the Mai Shiranui. Could the results be committed? Getting hit with a Death Precipice execute is gonna be the D-Ranger. So turning around this bot lane as the first neutral objective spawned on the side of TQ.
Yeah, just really smart hover from the Ogre, knowing that Mai Shiranui has been constantly thirsting towards the bottom side of the map, looking for a dive. And I think just a little too aggressive, going for the solo dive 1v2, where the D-Ranger and Lian Po are just nowhere near to really assist on that play in general. And that opens up TQ getting another kill for themselves, as well as the Tyrant off the back of it.
As well as the Tyrant, as well as the gold lead as well. I mean, it's only like a few hundred, but it's now gone over in favor of TQ, which is what they weren't in the last point. But we do use the burst ram there, trying to catch out the Ali. But Trevor Smash being connected, already taking a lot of damage here. But in order for Lian Po to get that health, the Truth Mantra as well as the Light Mantras come through for the side of PSV here. Claims a kill onto the Sakia.
A really nice teleport from the Dharma, shows up to the bot lane, and then realizes Sakir could be potentially out of position, uses the flash to reposition himself to pretty much punt back the Sakir into the waiting arms of PSV's farm lane duo, and that at least gives a little bit of pressure alleviate back onto the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, gotta be careful here. I mean, face checking with your face. Sakia can kind of get away with it, right? He's able to kind of like dash around these brushes, use his Mulberry Power as well, but it's not gonna be enough to take down the Lian Po. But right now, we are seeing that it's a little bit of a comeback here for TQ, definitely compared to that game 1, right? Like, they're playing a little bit more aggressive in the early game, kind of playing very sort of like proactive in their rotations as well as their sort of like setups.
Trying to overload in the mid lane, looking for pressure tier 1 though.
Yeah, knockups left, right, and center coming through. The Tremor Smash does connect onto 3. Is it going to be enough? Oh, Mitsuki gets taken down. So that crucial crowd control of 3 is going to be enough for the side of PSV to claim another kill. Wu Yan is going to get taken down as well, thanks to the Dharma. Is that going to be more coming through for the side of PSV? Is this their point of return in this game 2 as they're pushing this mid T1 into their favor with this mini wave rolling through right now?
It's just so crazy, Blam. Like, TQ once again open up the early game with far more proactive plays than PSV, but the fact they're not able to get any real turret pressure, finally trying to overgroup in the mid lane, it's countered beautifully by PSV. They opened up the tier 1 with D-Renja pushing in the lane, immediately rotates and collapses fast into the mid lane, and just like that, the first real goal difference is shown. 19,000 now to 17.
Yeah, I feel like the main difference here is obviously TQ like to take the team fights when they don't have the minion wave crashing through, whereas PSV, they always take the team fights when the minion waves are there. It's kind of in their favor, but they're not only just looking for the kills, they're looking for that second, like, bit of an objective that they can get from a team fight. But right now, a bit of a 2v1 going through here. Misaki looking pretty low. Is going to be enough to take down the Dharma. It is actually going to be enough there, thanks to the sustain from the Q1 as well, but opening up that clash lane is going to be PSV. You do see that a lane commits in here with the dual death at sunset, but it's not going to be enough to take down the Ranger. Already level 10, very tanky. My Shurnui needs to escape out of this 3v1.
I mean, the big clutch factor for the Dharma is that he killed most of the wave before going down, so there's no chance for TQ's farm lane duo to look for a turret off the back end of the kill. Meanwhile, PSV clear out the tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of clear domination they had in game 1, right? They've kind of just flipped over those side lanes, whereas we saw a kind of a clear assault down to the bot side of the map, which is the farm lane. They've decided to go, you know what, let's replicate that up to the top side, put a bit of pressure on a lane, because it means that a lane doesn't have that kind of privilege to get into these team fights and kind of have the access that he needs into the back line without worrying about his lane.
It just goes to show that PSV has such a strong understanding of the value of minion waves as they go in for the fight.
Oh, takedown of the Sakir as well as the Augur, and that is a huge potential here in terms of the team fight and turnaround once more for PSV. They were just waiting for they're just waiting for either coach or captain to click the green button, and they're online.
They're looking for the high ground turret at just 8 minutes into the game plan. They're diving the base.
Dive in the base there. I mean, they're able to take down nobody there. It was actually going to be 2 down to the Dune, being very aggressive, but it does mean that, yes, they lose their jungler, but they get that higher ground turret, which is, again, a lot more fruitful, especially as you mentioned there, RAAFAA. The fact that it's, what, 8 minutes? And they've just lost their high ground turret.
You're going to have to deal with enhanced minions pouring in through the mid lane. That's going to be so hard for TQ to really gain center control of the map for the rest of the game, unless, you know, PSV just absolutely chuck it in a sequence of plays.
Yeah, CC coming through from TQ very early on, but Sakir looking pretty low. He doesn't quite have the health that he needs to kind of chunk this damage from the side of PSV, as they're kind of already below with 1 kill behind, but it's going to be Augur using the Conductor Souls very early, as well as the Death on Sunset, trying to catch out the D-Ranger, but it's not going to be enough. D-Ranger claims the kill onto TQ once more, as they're looking to try it and push this U1. They don't have a minion wave, so they can't go any further, but still putting the pressure on these team fights is a very aggressive PSU as a takedown onto the Ollie as well. 3-4-0 trade.
PSV are just straight up bullying TQ at this point. They're diving beyond the base. They're playing with reckless abandon, not even caring if they're taking damage from the crystal, trying to fight back against PSV at this moment. Already 6,000 gold ahead before 10 minutes, pushing for the second high ground turret. PSV are just 1 fight away from closing out this series.
1 fight away, right? I mean, they need the minion waves. That's definitely the key into the door, the locked door of victory for the side of PSV. But they need to make sure they kind of, if the side of TQ is able to kind of just like tend their farm right now, try and get a bit more pushed out in terms of their lane, maybe try and take a few of these T1s here and there. There is a comeback, but it's a very hard executed comeback.
We've definitely seen some miracles happen in other plays across Honor of Kings Esports here.
Yep.
TQ would have to dig deep to make it happen, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dig very deep, right? I mean, at this point, when you're, behind about 7k gold, you're 2 high ground turrets down, like you said, you are pretty much like looking for a diamond in the rough in terms of that comeback mechanic.
And now PSV, all they have to do is just focus their efforts through this final lane in the bottom side of the map. The one lane that still has a high ground turret, and already this Augur is forced to retreat.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the damage that it's just been sort of like, just susceptible to from the D-Ranger, right? D-Ranger is like, hey, I'm safe behind this wall, and I'm just kind of just laying down the lore in terms of the damage, only just building the blood rage. So in terms of sort of sustainability from this Augur, like we were talking about, okay, True Punch just connect onto the backline though, but the Unansari does come through. Again, Elijah Mantras as well, connecting with a Tremor Smash onto 2 into the backline. It's going to be a 3-1 takedown so far. 4-1 takedown for the side of PSV. Taking this game to clean for PSV.
What a dominant series from Fez's Snow Village. We thought that against Tianqing, who were able to at least go the distance against Latte
Yep.
Dodgers, meant that, maybe TQ were well experienced in being able to, play against tougher opponents. Maybe Pheasant Snow Village just have the sauce and are just that much superior than TQ at the end of the day. Being able to do away with them back to back dominant
Yep.
victories, being, forced to change up their composition as well because of the bans that they were thrown against. And it didn't matter, Blam.
Didn't matter one single bit, right? Like, even though we had a very strong early game from the side of TQ, it didn't quite kind of translate into anything into the mid game. I mean, we didn't even get into that late game territory, right? Like, there was no kind of 10-minute
Yeah.
mark. It was kind of all before that point. Neutral objectives, especially the shadow variants, didn't come up. So I think it's just an issue of, yes, we have the early game, but what do we do with it? And that's exactly the question and answer that TQ just didn't have for the side of PSV.
This just makes me even more excited for the upcoming final match between
Yep.
BLKU as well as now Pheasant Snow Village. I think if you are BLKU, they've been chilling, getting their break in and watching the series unfold. I'd be terrified right now. Just the way that PSV were able to systematically deconstruct TQ back-to-back games.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of like, it was VVV a better opponent for BKLU, or was PSV just a more dominant force against TQ? I think like that's going to be the answer that we'll get, obviously, in the finals later on, especially within the best of five. But that's also a factor to pay into, right? Is the fact that it's going to be a best of five. But before we get into that one, we are going to have a little bit of a break to kind of let these teams rest up so they can go all out in this finals in the KCS Western Europe finals. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the finals of the KCS
Woohoo!
Western Europe final. And obviously, we started this day off with 8 teams, but now only 2 survived. But it was these 2 teams that their prowess and now vigor was enough to top these other teams as they come through today. So honestly, it's been some amazing series, RAAFAA. What's your kind of highlights being out for the majority of the day?
I mean, you know me, man. Anytime I see a pay thriving and absolutely, kicking butt on the gorge, I'm always going to have a good time. So shout out to Pheasant Snow Village in their game 1 and also to their jungler for, potentially giving me some secret sauce tips with that Frostgar's Embrace, giving a whole new depth of flavor to the pay that I'm going to try out of my solo queue games.
Exactly. Just one little change of item could be the end all be all. But speaking of end all and be all, here is the brackets because it all started with these 8 teams. And now we get all the way to BKLU and Pheasants Snow Village as your finalists. This is going to be not only the final frontier for both of these teams, but also the penultimate challenge of that best of 5 series. No longer a quick 2-0, it could be a full best of 5 going forward for either of these teams.
And the biggest question we have to ask ourselves, Blam, is will BLKU push Pheasant Snow Village like they have not been pushed before in their run so far through this playoffs bracket?
I mean, potentially, right? But we do have the draft ready and available for you guys. So less surmising and straight into it. And already PSV are like, no Agudo, baby. Take that off the board because we've seen you play Agudo 3 times on the side of BKL.
And they not only denied the Agudo away from their opponent's TQ, but also now paying that same respect over to BKLU. It does mean the Dolia is available for the taking. Will PSV try to deny something like the Elaine early on in the draft so they do not get the double death at Sunset combo? Nope, PSV just double down with the Dune and the Yixing.
I mean, so far, good, right? I mean, the Ganamo into the mid lane is definitely one of those kind of mid laners that you do want paired with the Dolia, right? Like some freshly forged, couple blades times 2 is going to be so excruciating, especially onto a tanky pick like the Dune, right? And cutting through like butter onto squishier picks like the Yixing.
All right, well, PSV, what is your final pick for this first round of the draft phase? BP, Yuquan, currently getting hovered at the moment. And okay, well, Unending Sorrow gonna have to work overtime in giving a lot of deceptive sustainability for the side of PSV. I still like a lot of the CC and the crowd control that you already have with the Yixing and the Dune, but now you really do want a little bit of more damage. They have yet to lock in their farm laner, so that's gonna be the focus here for BKLU.
Yeah, BKLU taking off the Charlotte here again because they do need their Clash laner as well. Honestly, if we know PSV, they both drafted the Byron and the Dharma, so again, some more great control could come through. But like you were saying there, they definitely need the damage, right? And in terms of damage up into the Clash lane, you're probably going to be looking at like something maybe even Sunset, yes, in the early game has a little bit of damage. Byron, again, 1v1, always has great potentials, but they do have the Elaine and the Dolia combo, right? So yes, the laning phase isn't going to be the strongest for the Elaine, but then that 1v1 is obviously the death on Sunset you're going to have into these team fights is going to be a lot more kind of fruitful if you get to that point in the game.
Well, PSV are no strangers to the Elaine with the execute setup. So being able to find a Clash laner ideal enough that can survive that potential all-in threat. PSV going with the trusty old combo or the trusty reliable D-Renja that gave them so much early success in getting those early turrets on the bottom side. Now BKLU really trying to see what jungler would really round out this composition here.
Yeah, I mean, they got the damage from the D-Renja here, right? I mean, both of these teams played out of, 5 games? They played the D-Renja 4 times, so there's clearly a contested hot pick for both of these teams. Obviously, PSV were able to lock it in a little bit more, but it's actually going to be the Ying and the Lady Soon coming through here. So again, getting that Dolia, Lady Soon combo come through once more that we've seen already from the teams today.
Yeah, BKLU put on a clinic. The farm laner for this squad, unkillable in the Lady Soon, being able to keep all of VVV's threats and divers at a distance, but I'm really quite excited for a Ying. I mean, this is a hero that we didn't even see at KMW or KME, if I'm mistaken. So, yeah, this is the first time here in pro play.
Yeah, I mean, she's got great sort of like single target focus as well. So maybe trying to kind of hunt down the Yixing is probably going to be her main goal, because again, that's going to be one of the bigger kind of damage outputs for the side of PSV. It's going to be a little bit of a non-starter side to kind of try and lock in on this Yu1, right?
And already the Ying getting super aggressive as early as level 1. Yuhuan taking so much damage is going to be forced to base.
Exactly. I mean, it's not a good start for your mid lane, right? It's a fact that the support, sorry, that you force your support to base, but it's going to be those leaping pads that get you back into that lane a little bit quicker, so you can kind of take those unnecessary kind of trades in the early game, but still come back a lot quicker than you would in the previous patch.
I remember, y'all, this is the finals. This is a best of 5, so it's not just a sprint of 2 quick wins. It's got to be an endurance of a marathon of 3 total wins. And based on the strength of both BKLU as well as Pheasant Snow Village, we still have to ask the question, Blam. Does Pheasant Snow Village... Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of blows being traded there. I mean, Light and Mantra doing a lot of damage, as well as the Ganamo having the fourth of Flash there. So not probably the greatest part of the early game that you need. You're doing a little bit of kind of constant damage onto the Q1, but like I said, it's not the greatest kind of damage output that you need onto that single target, but trying to get that last little bit of damage onto the Ying was just not as successful enough for PSV.
So, the action died down. Big question we had about 2 of these semifinals.
Yeah.
Was BKLU against a tougher opponent, or was Pheasant Snow Village just a more dominant team? And right now, with the way that both of these teams are kind of trading blows, I mean, who knows? Maybe Pheasant Snow Village have finally found their match against BKLU with a lot of the early aggression that has come out.
Potentially, right? But I mean, in the same sense, like PSV, like no matter what they kind of met with in that early game, they just kind of adapt to it, right? Like they just keep getting, okay, True Marcher just come through, connects onto 2. Is it going to be enough to take down the Ying? No, she's quite slippery, dashes over the wall, but stays committed into this team fight. Dolia is able to give the sustain over and keep her alive. So just some more tip for tack going on between these 2 teams. And Ganamo, I think, probably teleported in a little bit too overzealous there. First
my
blood
God.
going over to PSV.
Okay, well, as you called out, Blam, and kindly, remind everyone at home, PSV, in both of their games against TQ, went down early, only to just come back with a force to be reckoned with in the mid-game, and now BKLU trying to force the fight.
Yeah, going in with the Unruly Blade onto the Ying here. We've seen a level advantage of 2, but it's not going to be enough for the side of PSV to actually outstand. When they do take down the Ying, it is going to be traded for both the Dharma and the Q1. So again, a 2-2 trade overall. I feel like they have definitely found their matchup that they needed in this series.
At least BKLU are being able to trade a lot of these blows early on, but right now, once again, the concern always comes to play when Pheasant Snow Village are able to find these kills. They immediately leverage it into significant advantages for themselves. And it comes down to the fact that before they make these rotations, before they make these plays, they're always pushing out their waves. They're always controlling the minion wave push as mid lane.
Oh, the invincibility is going to be the passive enough to take off the issue. Oh, he turns it around. Turning tides, 1% there. PSV played that masterfully. Obviously, it looked quite messy to begin with, but the fact that he got the kill towards the end was definitely kind of like a true test of his timers on these skills.
And that was a 2v1 as well. The fact that Pheasant Snow Village still get the kill on top of it and don't even drop a man, oh, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, what's going to hurt as well is this wall is my board, right? I mean, the only way you're going to get out of that is if you go right into that top corner, but it's not going to be enough. The Unending Sorrow tanks the turret and then gets straight into the nitty-gritty.
Moving out. Red team has slain an
2,000 gold advantage already on the side of Pheasant Snow Village. Tyrant available for the taking. No real contest coming out from the side of BKLU.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Yeah, I mean, they're even helping themselves to the enemy's Crimson Golem, right? This is what's still a level advantage over to the side of PSV in the jungle. Okay, able to use the CC immunity to escape out of that, but he's going to be enough to kind of escape the Dharma. Not quite. Not quite needed it because the damage doesn't really come from the Dharma, right? It's coming from the likes of the D-Ranger, the Yixing.
And Pheasant Snow Village, using the power of this D-Renja, is once again going to find the tier 1 turret, but not before he takes out the Lady Soon, which on BKLU's side was immortal in their last game against TQ.
Yeah, no death for him, but at the same time, okay, Ying with the rotation of the Ganamo and Dolia here at the same time. So again, just giving them the healing that they need to try and push through. Maybe try and claim the kill into the spot side of the map so they can try and reclaim some kind of dominance here. But to be honest, PSV have the Tyrant. They have the extra damage as well.
Wow, this Dharma is super
Red
aggressive.
team
This is now
has
the second time that
destroyed
just
a tower.
flashing forward. Doesn't really find an angle for a Truth Mantra to slam into the wall, but it's the pressure alone that guarantees the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, I mean, it's just well played, wasn't it? It's just like a 2v1 kind of situation, using the Dharma to go in there. It means that the Dolia couldn't kind of use the wave breaker to push away the minions and claiming that T1 ultimately. But right now, we are seeing again, Elaine is using the Devil Sunset once more. He does get 2 thanks to the Celestial Melody if needs be, but it looks like it's given over to the Ultimate Shell here.
All right. Well, Pheasant Snow Village now starting to bleed this pressure into the mid lane after already taking the tier 1 on the farm lane side of the gorge here. 3,000 gold advantage. It's starting to balloon. It's starting to happen all over again. And I really want to see if BKLU can slow down the pace of this game. But the way that PSV have been able to do it over and over again, successfully against TQ, that's going to be the big question for BKLU to respond here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're just going into the enemy jungle, right, helping themselves to the Azure Golem, it's going to be really hard for the Ying to get that kind of cooldown reduction. But at the same time, 2v1 up at the clash lane, it means that they're going to get that takedown. I mean, D-Renji was not looking too sort of like bothered himself. He was like, hey, I can take this lane alone. But at the same, in that same breath, the Ying here having to kind of use her abilities to be played very defensive there, and then he sorrow to the backline so that the Dolby is able to catch off the Q1. But it is actually come through for the Ganamo, but only to be met by his maker, which is the Dharma. There is the wind slash knock up onto the Dolia. It's just a matter of time. Oh, she escapes. Is going to go in with the Unruly Blade. Oh, over the minute, but gets it.
You know what? This Dune is going to go down eventually deep behind enemy lines here, but he's sustaining a lot. I mean, he has a massive level advantage, so it takes a while for this Elaine and Ying to try and burst down the tanky Dune, but level 11, highest level in the game. The fact that Pheasant Snow Village have been able to give so many resources for free over to their Dune, and they're taking all these turrets without him, it just goes to show how dire in straits BKLU are in.
Yeah, I mean, dire straits. I mean, the Renjis are definitely on the run there. Overcommitted is the Elaine, gets taken down by the Yixing, but I do want to give over some to the side of PSV as well, right? Like, Dune, yes, it seems like he was very overzealous into that dive into the enemy turrets, right? But it meant that the Renji was able to clean up the whole of the Clash Lane up until the high ground turret at the same time.
Guaranteeing even more gold for himself. You know, on the one hand, it definitely was a Giga Chad maneuver from the Dune to just really take up so much time from BKLU, but you're right. A lot of global pressure being relieved on that side, and now it's a 5,000 gold advantage here at 8 minutes. And already, our first look at the matchup between Pheasant Snow Village, BKLU, what were we expecting? Right now, it's a dominant one from PSV.
Shut down.
Yeah, trying to catch out the Renji. Finally, they do. Elaine gets the kill. Let's SmackDown down. But there is going to be an Sorrow that's going to be enough to get out the Q1. Obviously, forcing the flash as well, so she won't quite have that common skill up for the next few moments or even team fights. As we're approaching around about the 8-minute mark, which is what PSV was able to round out their last game against their TQ in their last match in that best of 3, right?
PSV now going to have full control of this Tyrant.
No. Truth Mantra is going to be actually be able to be evade away there thanks to the CC immunity from the Ying as well, but she's just able to just get out there. But it means that the Tyrant here, it's not quite the Shadow Tyrant, but it is going to be another one going up the side of PSV.
Not quite the Shadow Tyrant still, since it is still only 9 minutes into the game. However, gold lead still massively on PSV's side. All tier 2 turrets have been taken for the most part.
Onto Ganamo is going to be the opening that they need, as well as getting the Crimson. Oh, wait, no. Was it actually? Yes, it was given over. Sorry. I thought I saw it onto the side of the Elaine there, but it looks like they are going to get taken down as well. Elaine gets the kill onto the DRNG once more. So clearly, the extra bit of damage from the Crimson Golem was enough to claim that 1v1 for themselves.
Nice. Okay, well, there's only one tier turret left on the side of BKLU. It is in the mid lane. Once that's gone, then you have to imagine that these jungle quadrants are going to be continuously denied for the rest of the game on the side of PSV. But that one point of safety gives BKLU at least some ground to work with as they try and fight for their way back into these bottom quadrants.
Yeah, I mean, now that the Overlord is up, they're kind of just formulating around that, right? PSV are just making sure their lanes are kind of crashing in. Other than the Clash lane here, they are going to lose that, however. But it does mean that they're going to feed into the Crimson Golem into the D-Ranger, but then also the Azure Golem over to Dune. Dune is going to need that blue buff more than the red right now going into this next team fight to get all that sustainability as possible. But with the Moonslash, it's going to be the Elaine on top. It's going to be using the depth on Sunset, but he's able to escape out of that Yixing with invincibility, but take down into the back line is going to be the Dolier as well. So they are taking trades, but overall, I feel like BKLU came out on top of that one, right? Taking down the jungler as it gives over a free.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
Yeah, they are still down gold effectively, but this is an opportunity for BKLU to really establish a lot of tempo on the map. If they can push out these waves, redeploy, or just walk on over to the Shadow Overlord, PSV will have to answer the bottom wave, the top wave, and the mid wave crashing into the tier 1 turret as well before they can get a chance to redeploy and potentially answer BKLU looking for the Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, they've set themselves up nicely into this 11-minute mark. It's definitely the kind of the comeback that BKLU need, right? And they're kind of already putting the pressure on into the back line thanks to the lane, right? And then it gives over that kind of position privilege for the Ganamo just to lay those couple plays down because he's going to be like 1 or 2 full items into this, maybe even 3, right? So that's going to be a lot of damage.
I mean, you saw Gon and Mo forced to flash away. Yeah. It didn't seem like anyone for PSV were in range, but was just respecting the power of maybe a flash Imperial Order, or hell, even he probably wasn't sure if Dune was in range or Dharma was in range to look for the CC burst.
Yep, caught in the thick of it is the Ying as they are looking to try and take the Shadow Overlord for themselves onto the side of PSV. Would be a nice setup for them right now, but it's still a little bit of a fight here. World on the board being committed as well as the death on Sunset. It's going to be pretty much too much for Elaine to soak that damage. He does get a second one thanks to the Celestial Melody, but it's going to be enough to take down the Huan and the Dharma. Whoa!
I mean, maybe it's enough to turn around, but D-Ranger is still alive and healthy, and he's the one that's pursuing the Elaine. Still have enough movement speed to make it out of there.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have his passive back, so he doesn't quite have that increased movement speed that the D-Ranger needs to try and close that gap between the Elaine and himself, but it does set up a nice Shadow Overlord for the side of the PSV, which is what they're going to need to try and get this pressure back into their favor.
Yeah, it was a really nice look for BKLU for what it's worth. They shored up the gold deficit to about now 2,000 for themselves. Unfortunately for them, Ying was the first person caught in the crossfire, so it meant that PSV, as long as Dune stayed alive, they still had pressure and overall advantage for taking that Overlord for themselves.
Yeah, again, they're just trying to kind of mitigate the big kind of minor losses within their team fight, it seems, on the side of PSV, but they're able to take these team fights when they need to, but I feel like they need to kind of try and focus the Ganamo, but the real kind of, like, denial of that is the Elaine, right? Like, Elaine is putting so much pressure onto PSV.
Death at Sunset ×2 combo thanks to the Dolia's Celestial Melody. It's the first time we've seen it really played on broadcast today between both of our semifinals as well as this finals. And already
the catch, that's what we need. Mo has to use the God Her Grave to get out of there. A couple of blades coming through late on thick, but it is going to be leaving some being taken down first. Towards my board, being catched into the corner is the Ying. So that is a 2-0 trade for PSV as they're looking to try and take the high ground turret into the farm lane. They are able to kind of keep it off for now, which is BKLU's kind of last hope for the farm lane.
30 seconds before Shadow Tyrant is spawned again on the Gorge. Big Shadow Vanguard already barreling its way towards the top side of the map through the Clash lane. That high ground turret is going to come under fire.
Truth Mantra into the back line. He is just landing them to perfection here onto the side of PSV, but again, it's going to be answered back by the Elaine, taking down the Yixing and the D-Ranger. That means there is a lot of damage being taken off the cards to the side of PSV. Oh, he's going for a triple. Is he going to get a quad? Oh! He gets the quad and he gets met at the end thanks to the dude.
Destroyed a tower. Shut down.
Well, the Dune will put an end to the Elaine's role, going crazy in that last fight, but what an opportune time for that to happen. Yeah, they lose the high ground turret on the top side, but they'll get a chance to get the Shadow Tyrant for themselves. They'll add to shoring up the deficit even more in terms of just overall stats with the temporary team fight damage buff, right? Shadow Overlord has not spawned yet. I think that would have been the big turning point if that was available for the taking. Unfortunately, in the case of BKLU, not going to happen here. So now they have to play with the pressure of this high ground turret being taken out on the top side, already doing so by pushing in a massive wave through bot and mid.
Oh, I mean, DRNG there almost lost his life trying to get that Crimson Golem there. He had to kind of make sure he was maneuvering himself around those couple blades. But like you were saying there, Rafa, the pressure up into the top side of the map there, thanks to that high ground takedown, is going to be kind of like the lifeline that PSV need, because we've seen these team fights, most times out of 10, aren't going in their favor.
Now the gold lead is evened up for the first time this game. For the first time we've seen really any team against Pheasant Snow Village since, you know, at least we saw it was only TQ that have played against them on broadcast so far. Oh, fight!
Knock up there for the Yixing as well as a True Puncher, but it is going to be answered to by the Death of Sunset there, just trying to escape, but Ying gets caught out into the lines and into the back line of the team fight of PSV. It is going to be Dune get taken down as well, so both junglers are down.
Here it comes.
It's a bit of a detriment here, but here it is. That huge Death of Sunset, the sustainability, thanks to the Huon, thanks to the Dolier as well. It's going to be enough to keep the Elaine alive for now. BKLU is looking to try and push a few more of these lanes through.
And even though the gold lead has been evened up, I think that was just an overall better fight from the side of PSV here for Pheasant Snow Village. Yeah, Dune goes down, but they're able to space out the first Death at Sunset, which is why their health bars are nowhere near as low and threatened by the second cast of the Death at Sunset that comes out from the Elaine. So BKLU not going to be able to find that miracle fight that gave Elaine a quadra just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, they are definitely kind of positioning themselves around the Death on Sunset, trying to kind of like mitigate the optimal damage that it can kind of disrupt to the side of PSV. But it's still definitely disrupting them in the ways that they don't have the smite, neither did the side of BKLU. But now, with that Shadow Overlord up, I feel like there is going to be quite a bit of a fight here for that one, because whoever gets this is going to get a lot more lane pressure. And I mean, for the side of BKLU, they need it in that top side of the map, right?
We're going to find out here. Still 3 minutes before Tempest Dragon would spawn. Dune's in.
Yeah, he just kind of baited out the world board being used there. I mean, he was able to trap like almost all the team, but there was no kind of access or answer to it for the rest of the side of PSV.
Overlord has been defeated.
Wow, uncontested Shadow Overlord goes to the hands of BKLU.
Yep, they do get this. It does mean that they're able to kind of try to turn this around in terms of those waves, because, I mean, they have the gold lead, right? They're definitely doing very well in terms of these neutral objectives. They just need to make sure they're kind of going in very aggressively here.
Now it's BKLU. Despite losing their high ground turret first on the Clash lane, it is now BKLU 17.5 minutes into the game with the momentum shift on their side, now breaching the base of PSV.
Yeah, I mean, they're struggling right here into the last part of the game, right? We do see that Elaine takes a lot of the damage, but it is going to be True Marjorie to the back line, but it is a guard the grave as well as the Prince, the Lady Soon, sorry, that gets the damage onto the Dharma there, so there isn't not going to be any kind of flashes into the back line as of per se for the next 35 seconds, but Elaine is still into the thick of it here. Death on Sunset being committed, the couple blades disconnected to the back line, forcing it back into the higher ground, the base territory right now, and a little bit overzealous is going to be the Ying here. All on board being committed. Takes down two. Into the corner. Is this going to be enough for the side of PSV to try and get the pushback here? Oh, it's only Elaine alive.
Oh, BKLU really wanted to push their luck there, but I think they just got a little too over-eager, and Pheasant Snow Village are able to really buckle down, bite through all of the moves that BKLU were trying to look for, making this siege possible, and they're able to outplay them in the end, now being able to alleviate all of the Vanguard pressure coming through the power of that Shadow Overlord buff. They'll pick up the Shadow Tyrant from themselves, just 45 seconds or 50 seconds now away from Tempest Dragon spawning.
Yeah, I mean, first game of the best of 5 in the finals. Would we expect anything less, RAAFAA, at this point? But honestly, it's been kind of a very very messy, but also coordinated team fights, right? Like, they're able to kind of always focus the backline, both the Elaine and the Dharma, really kind of shining in this end, both of these team compositions for now.
Both of these Clash laners have really shown up to play.
Yeah.
Definitely gotten different looks where one has been prioritizing at least, you know, getting a lot of burst damage, the other setting up big CC wombo combos here.
No, it's not what you want to do. You don't want to get caught out. The Dolly getting caught out there means that there's not going to be a second death on Sunset come through for the Elaine. So this is the time for PSV to take a team fight straight in onto the Elaine there, trying to do a lot of damage. But there it is. The only ultimate he's going to get because the Dolia is down. We are going to be seeing the gold blades come through, but that's the only last song for Gadamo as well. So 41 seconds and a lot of damage being taken off the cards here for BKLU.
I don't know if PSV knew exactly where Ying was, but she was nowhere near BKLU to assist them out. And while Ying hasn't necessarily had the best showing, you still want to be able to fight with numbers on your side. PSV hit low!
Gets the kill onto the Dharma. I mean, he buys the Sage Sanctuary a little bit too late. Maybe his thumbs failed him.
Behold the future.
Maybe. They're just trying to keep them away from the Tempest Dragon. Ying can still go in for one last hero play and look for a steal.
Yeah, I mean, Dolly's alive as well, right? Like, so he's going to get those double ultimates if he needs to be. But right now, it's looking for a steal of a dream here with their Death on Sunset. Is onto the back line. Oh, they don't have a smite! They are able to still take it, though. PSV get the Tempest Dragon this time around. I mean, it was all to play for the side of BKL, and they fluffed it.
Holy absolute cinema! PSV lose out Dune, so there's no smite to secure the Tempest Dragon, and yet it just does not matter. Yixing clutch it up, and being able to secure the big objective for themselves, that saves the game from what could have been BKLU just running it into the base for game 1 win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they definitely took the Dune out of the right fight, and I mean, that definitely put the pressure on the side of PSV. It was all down to Yixing, putting down, laying the liberties down there, taking liberties, but now Q1 is taking a lot of brunt there, able to kind of bomb back up and heal that health up thanks to her ultimate, the Unending Sorrow there, but they gotta watch out. The bot side of the map, there is a bit of a minion wave come through here. Dune just has just about enough wave clear for the thanks of the Tempest Dragon Vanguards to clear that one out.
Behold the future.
And at this stage, there's no more Tyrants, there's no more Overlord. No. It's just Tempest Dragon spawn, so...
Literally.
PSV gonna just ride the wave here.
Yep, I mean, we've seen the Unruly Blade being committed onto the Dolia. I mean, this is what they've been kind of doing the past few team fights, is just focus Dolia. It means they're not going to get that Celestial Melody, which is a crucial part for the side of BKLU at this point, but they got to keep going back. They need to tend their farm because of that bot side of the map. It's constantly being pushed onto the side of BKLU. It means that DRNG has to be out of those team fights, which is a lot of damage on the side of PSV. Missing.
Yeah, the constant pouring of enhanced minion waves through bottom lane in favor of BKLU, but also in favor of PSV on the Clash lane is constantly calling the attention of one of either farm lane or Clash laner from both teams to constantly attend to these waves pushing in.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be kind of like a long drawn-out game this time around, because, I mean, neither of these teams, they don't have the lane kind of participation that they need. They're all crashing in at that middle point, right? So they don't have that priority. And right now, you can kind of see the BKLU's lane is trying to force that and make that difference. But the Truth Mantra has not been committed. It's just the Enlightened Mantra just trying to clear out this minion wave. Wolves on my board being committed here, trying to catch out the Ying, but she does have the Sage Sanctuary, so they can't really commit too much here. But speaking of committed, it is going to be the Death on Sunset that is going to be committed there that takes the Sage Sanctuary off of the Dharma.
And somehow BKLU found another high ground turret in the mid lane. I'm not sure how that happened, because it didn't look like anyone from BKLU's side was able to really push up with the minion wave, but maybe Gon and Mo was just able to walk up and just get a couple auto attacks down. That's even more pressure in favor of BKLU.
A lot more pressure, especially with the Tempest Dragon coming up again in the second part of this. I mean, 9 seconds, they have the pressure into the mid lane, pressure into the bot side. So really here, Dharma is out of the situation. He's having to clear up this minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, this was really good by Yuhuan here for PSV. Just knowing that that high ground turret on the bottom side was so close to dying anyway, might as well just send one last auto attack and even the high ground turret score.
Yeah, we kind of see here that Elaine just trying to keep Dune away from that team fight into the Tempest Dragon, but now we're seeing that Lady Sun is trying to find in as well, but the Truth Mantra didn't connect onto anybody, so that's quite crucial for the side of PSV at this point.
But the minion waves are starting to pour in both through mid lane and through bot lane in BKLU's favor. So they have to send members back, but they're so scared of giving this Tempest Dragon over for free.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Elaine just trying to keep the pressure onto the Dune. Dune is trying to use the Unruly Blade, gets into the pit. They steal it once more. It's going to be PSV picking up the second Tempest Dragon of this game 1 of this best of 5.
Unending Sorrow cleanses through the damage, gives him another second health bar as well. PSV, they're pouring through this fight here, Blam.
Yep, it's pretty unrelenting, right? I feel like maybe BKLU are just kind of like, hey guys, we've lost 2 Tempest Dragons. We have to kind of just lose this fight and maybe try and win the war later on, because now they're looking like a bit of battered and bruised right now. But it is still going to be the Ying into the back line, forces the Sage Sanctuary onto the D-Ranger. So that gets taken down. We see Ganemo building the Sage Sanctuary as well, but it's still a lot of kills, 1-for-1 onto both of these teams, and still managing to hold it off.
Holy moly, BKLU do not lose the game off that push. That is just insane to me. It looked like PSV had everything they needed to just force the issue there and then be able to play off the end of Tempest Vanguards. But the fact that Ying doesn't go down there, multiple Sage's Sanctuaries were burned in the cross trade, and now PSV, at least on their end, still have Tempest Vanguards pouring in through the lanes, but they had to send the Dharma back just to continue alleviating the minion waves that were pushing in favor of BKLU. Now, at this rate, maybe PSV will have things set up much better for them going into the next fight.
You can kind of only hope so, right? I mean, it's dragging on a very long time between these two teams, right? We're on 26 minutes into this game. We're getting to around about past that 80k gold here right now, which is not anything that's going to be like, hey, itemization is going to be an issue. It's kind of like, do we kind of prio buy at the right time? Do we get the Sage Sanctuary at the right time as we buy into it, as we're about to die? It's pretty much going to be the next skill in terms of itemization for both of these teams.
Blam, this is the longest Honor of Kings game I have ever seen in any scenario. 2 back-to-back Tempest Dragons, still not over yet, as Pheasant Snow Village trying to make this push work.
They're trying to make the push work, but they are definitely giving a damage onto those Tempest Vanguards, right? Like, they are definitely struggling to get them into the territory that they need, right? Yes, it has the disrupt, but I mean, you don't have any turrets to disrupt at this point. You got the high ground turret into the mid lane, but other than that, you need to get to the crystal.
A third Tempest Dragon is spawning in 35 seconds, Blam. Do we see this game stalled out long enough to see it?
Oh, they're not going to do it. The Winions. Oh, BKLU took the eyes off the prize. And the Winions did it. Woohoo! I didn't think that game was going to end at that point, but Ying was just like, diverted her attention for 1 second, and the minions came rolling through.
Oh, that is, I'm not gonna lie, Blam, that is so anticlimactic for that game to end just like that. I was ready for the third Tempest Dragon spawn. I think PSV were ready for it as well, and it wasn't until everyone started looking over to the left and going, hey, wait a minute, there's an empowered minion wave hitting our crystal. Hey, guys, oh no. And I think that just goes to show, you know, in a long game like that, 26 minutes plus, sometimes you're just going to lose track of, you know, all of your minion waves. I credit to BKLU. They tried to hold on for as long as possible, and they definitely gave the strongest challenge yet to the side of Pheasant Snow Village.
Yeah, I mean, fatigue sets in, right? But that's why we take these small breaks between these games. So before we get into any analytical points of this next the first game, we're going to take a short break just so we can kind of take ourselves, get a deep breath, and think about what happened just there. But don't go anywhere, guys. See you after the break. Welcome back after that electrifying game one of the finals. I mean, electrifying in two ways, right? We had the Tempest Dragon come through twice, almost three times, but then the minions riding that out to the end to finish off that first game for PSV. We honestly didn't see that be the conclusion in that one, right, Rafa?
Yeah, and definitely not the case for BKLU, who were considerably doing an admirable job of withstanding and enduring the onslaught of Pheasant Snow Village. And just if you could imagine either one of those Tempest Dragons going the way of BKLU, who knows? We could actually be looking at a game one victory going over to the other side, but it is Pheasant Snow Village getting ready for game two with the first victory up on their side in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I did say we are going to go into the analytics of that game one, but hey, both of these teams are hungry to get back on the gorge, and I cannot blame them. I mean, what, the 26-minute game come through? We have the pay coming through in game two. It is basically Christmas for RAAFAA at this point.
Yes, and I'm ready to pretty much sit down with a cup of hot cocoa and some chocolate chip cookies too, man. I will take everything. PSV, they already showed how powerful this pay was in the mid game in their series against TQ. Now BKLU are going to see if they can at least withstand it by locking in the Ogren for themselves this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they need, right? BKLU in that first game, even though it's not like even global BP, right? So for those watching at home, this is just standard draft. So they can still use the same heroes from last game as they did in this one. So they could use the Ying. They didn't really need to. We had its kind of utility into the backline. But other than that, something like the Ogren, especially if it scales in the early game, is going to be a lot more frightful for the side of BKLU.
PSV could go for the Byron just to guarantee that really strong top side of the map for themselves. It worked to great effect, as we saw in their second or first game against TQ just about an hour ago. But they're taking their time with this one.
They're thinking what the thoughts they want to thunk, and they go for the Hue 1. So again, PSV are looking to try and take the Hue 1 here for themselves, because the amount of sustain that came through from that last game was pretty huge.
Clutch Unending Sorrows gave PSV a lot of breathing room, and the fact that it was flexible enough to just still do that from the support role, I think is definitely valuable in itself. And so far, BKLU not really showing any disdain or threat of a Byron ban by just taking away farm lane carries for the side of PSV.
Yeah, I mean, the Lady Soon here getting taken out, I mean, it was pretty great for both of these teams. D-Ranger has been, like I said, a hotly contested pick for both of these teams. Out of 4 games, now 6, it has been played 5 times between both of these teams. So again, they need to take it off there, maybe bring some of these newer marksmen back onto the gorge, but the Natsa here up into the Clash lane, not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan, but it gives global presence.
Okay. Well, to be fair, we have seen, if you wanted to get some global pressure from a Clash laner, Student Say has kind of been the best answer, since the set sail is so great at being able to quickly rotate with a giant Nuck up on your side. But PSV might be trying to, flex on them a little bit with this hero instead.
I mean, the Netza gives them a bit of a front line, but mostly in competitive, it's generally more so like your jungle pick, especially going into your global BP, into like that 4th or 5th game as you get into a really long series there, because it means that you can kind of just like not stick to the top side of the map, especially going against the lane as well. It's going to be pretty hard. Maybe the true damage aspect for the Netza is going to be something that proves them, but honestly, the fact that they got the Motsu, they got the Chow as well, so there's a lot of CC, so even if the Netza gets in there, there's a lot of CC that's already waiting for him.
We'll see if PSV can brute force their way through the mid-game stage, which is exactly what was the MO for them in their first game against TQ in our second semifinal series of the day. Whereas for BKLU, they can at least, take comfort that if this game does not go their way, it's not the end of the series quite yet. This is a best of 5 in our finals for the KCS here in the Western Europe region, but it would put them on the back foot and put PSV at match point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you don't want to be playing from that 2-0 standing. If you're BKLU going into that third game, right, you definitely want to try and take a point from PSV at this point in the match. But right now, in terms of the drafting, there's quite a bit of scaling. Obviously, the Pei needs to be very proactive in the early game, as we can see here, invading the enemy jungle right now. Taking away that Azure Golem from the Ogren is going to be pretty frightful because he needs and relies on that Azure Golem.
Yeah, he's not going to get a chance to get his blue buff on his own right because he took he took a lot of damage trying to help contest the wave early on with the rest of the two-man core here. Now trying to invade into the bot side. Oh my gosh, PSV, they're going to take everything away from this guy.
Yeah, looking to take away everything. I mean, that's the strategy, right? That's Pei playstyle. You need to kind of not give your enemy team that room to breathe, and this is exactly what he's doing here.
It's definitely making it super difficult for Ogren, and for BKLU, it just forces the hands of all of the neighboring side lanes to collapse in just to guarantee that Ogren doesn't fall too far behind. But that's exactly what you want to have happen for PSV, because when the side lanes collapse, then that gives up pressure to PSV's own side laners to then get the wave priority on their side.
Yeah, I mean, already in this 1v1 of the Clash lane, it looks like the lane's kind of looking like a little bit of a fish out of the water, right, against the Natsa. He's definitely looking very struggling in terms of trying to take that 1v1 potential, but the kind of blast coming through down to the bottom side of the map is going to be what you need to kind of shut down the Chano from using the leader stance, especially having that kind of unique ultimate where he can basic attack while still moving.
2v1 in the mid lane. Ogren showing up now, level 4, has access to Conductor of Souls. Gonna see if he has a chance to look for any proactive invades to try and find his way back into this game. Top lane, though.
Yeah, top lane going to 2v1 here. It could be Natsa being the first blood. Okay, the death on Sunset has been committed. It's going to be the first blood coming through for BKL. First time again this in the second game in a row.
Yeah, good roam by the Da Chao, being opened up here in the mid lane thanks to Ogren helping get that first wave shove in. So that's the green light for a lane to take the 1v1 against Nutsa. And unfortunately for PSV, they didn't have a response to bail out their Clash laner.
Yeah, no response at all, but I like to give kind of like a bit of like intel there for the side of the PSV. We can kind of see the Yixing and Yuan, which is going to give intel to his team, but right now we are seeing a bit of an aggressive Ogren here. If they get inside the box, it's going to be enough to catch him out. Oh, okay. BKLU are paying back, saying, hey, you helped yourself to our jungle, now you're going down. Either Warpool comes through to the bot side of the map as well. There is pressure happening across the gorge, and PSV don't know what to do with it.
Well, at least at the very end of it, they killed the Da Chao despite a 5-man Avenger signal being summoned with the portals there from Da Chao, but Pheasant Snow Village at least able to bring oneself back for themselves. I definitely like the proactivity that BKLU are showing here on the Gorge, because it's definitely a sign of things to come that can definitely really give them a momentum edge in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing their upset of, like, how they are very upset of how that last game finished, right? The fact that the minions stole away their potential victory, because, I mean, all they needed to do was have a solid team fight into that bot side of the map, right? And this is just showing it. The BKLU is just like, bro, we need to get our head in the game. We need to lock in, and that's exactly what they're doing with this proactiveness. But at the same time, PSV are still ahead of the gold. So even though they're very aggressive with the rotations and picking up the kills, it's the gold resources that's letting them down in this early game.
Once again, man, PSV just have a way of being able to control waves much better than any opponent that has really faced them so far in this bracket. Tyrant spawn. Here we go on the river.
Yes, rolling my board being committed here. We have 3-2 onto the Tyrant. Pei's got to be careful, though. Oh, Elaine gets a kill onto Yuan very quickly there. Death on Sunset into the back line, trying to deter Yixing away from that neutral objective. It's still not being able to be taken down. It is going to be reset. That is a 2-1 trade overall. 3-1 trade overall to BKLU, looking for their fourth. The Wolves, the Spirit Wolves, claims Ali's life.
There's just action pretty much everywhere, Blam. It's hard to capture it at all. You had a 1v1 between the Chano and the Arlie on the bottom side. Pei was going for a dive into the mid lane, almost makes it out alive thanks to the shield on his second skill in human form, but then BKLU are able to close the distance, get another kill for themselves, and in the end, no one has the tempo to be able to look for the Tyrant off the back of it. It ends up being the first turret of the game in PSV's favor.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so typical PSV, right? Like, the fact that they're losing in the kill lead just shows that those at home, it's not about the kills, it's about what you translate it into, and that just having that macro play from their farm lane is so sort of aggressive onto the side of BKLU, because I feel like if they didn't have that pressure, it would be such more an easier game here for BKLU.
Yeah, once again, it just seems like the story's the same for any team that goes into PSV. Yes, BKLU were super proactive in the early game and found so many kills for themselves, but as you noted, was the gold lead ever swinging in BKLU's favor? Not really, and now with PSV off of 2 objectives, they swing ahead nearly 2,000 gold.
Yeah, 2,000 gold almost ahead here is probably not where you want to be going into the 6-minute mark if you are BKLU. But then again, I mean, in terms of scaling, obviously they have the Orgren, they have the Ali as well, so they got to watch out for that on the side of PSV. But right now, Orgren already taking a lot of damage. We do see the Taken Liberties take down. The Orgren Yixing has come through once more, fulfilling those kills, and potentially the T1 into the mid lane here.
They sent the Dodge out to try to collapse on the top lane. Now Mir tier 1.
Oh, think inside the box. He's going to catch out the Hu1, able to use the flash out of there, but it's not going to be enough. The depth on Sunset is going to be able to try and claim the Yixing. He gets out thanks to the passive. The invincibility comes through, and it's going to be the cleanup kill for Ali once more onto the Hu1 as they are looking to try and turn this around and take the T1 in their favor.
And for the first time, BKLU find a great tempo play. It's not just 2 kills that they find in favor for themselves, but they're able to snowball it into a tier 1 takeover in the mid lane. That shores up the gold deficit.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely the kind of turnaround you want, right? Like, you almost lose your T1 into the mid lane. You then fight back. You get 2 kills. You then take the enemy's T1. That's definitely the confident boost that BKLU need in this game, too.
Things returning to normal here on the Gorge. Still 3 minutes left before shadow objectives start to spawn. Neither team has gone for the Overlord quite yet. 3v2 in the mid lane.
Oh, all down to the bottom side of the map, but they're trying to catch out the Chano here. Oh, actually, is it not Chano? It's Nutsa, sorry. He's able to use a Skyfall out of there. Ooh, a little bit of a bait and switch. That's a nice little play there from the side of PSV.
Clutch stuff from the Clash laner of PSV. Baits the entire squad of BKLU and then says CYAT in the chat as he makes a grand escape.
Yeah, I mean, a great kind of bait and switch, right? Like, I didn't even expect that to come and fall through there, but it's definitely what they needed to take the T1 down into the mid lane. But right now, they got to make sure they're trying to focus it into the side lane as well, because this is a typical PSV fashion, right? They're taking multiple objectives at the same time.
And I think it's just becoming more and more clear how tactful PSV are with the way they manifest these wins whenever it comes down to the macro plays. As soon as they make the 5-man collapse on the bot side, they don't immediately go for the Overlord, which is what I thought was going to happen. They clear out the entire jungle first on the top side. They clear out the minion waves. Then once all the resources that were available for the taking are gone, that's when they go for the Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing for the map, right? They're just making sure that they're able to get as much out of these team fights as possible. Think inside the box already being committed there. That's going to be a bit troublesome for the side of BKLU. Motsu on the run there is having to use the Cannon Blast, kind of a bit of a defensive measure now. But speaking of defensive, the offense comes through, and it is a lane using the Death on Sunset here just to drive away the side of PSV. But it is going to be the Pay with the takedown onto the Chow.
Oh, and this Ogren finally gets the execute in the Seer state. It was so close. I thought that Pay was about to make his way out of there.
Yeah, he tried to. I mean, he has the level advantage as well, right? Like, not only is the overall gold going over to PSV, you can see here that the jungler has the clear level advantage. I mean, now being able to actually negate that is the BKL blue side jungler too.
BLAM, we're about 40 seconds away from shadow objectives spawning. That's going to be a big turning point now. Extra team fight damage on that Shadow Tyrant buff, as well as the empowered Vanguards being able to pour in with the super one of your choice, being able to ride through any lane. Bot lane, though, could be subject to some pressure here from the side of BKLU.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to try, right? They want to negate that kind of pressure that PSV have already kind of like curated for themselves in the early part of this game, especially the first 10 minutes, just trying to make sure that they've opened that up, because it just means that they can just, with Pei, obviously naturally likes to go into the enemy jungle anyway to take as much objectives as possible. Makes it a little bit easier, less acceptable to ganks, but also means that taking these neutral objectives like the Shadow Overlord is going to be a little bit easier. We do see the path of passing being committed here, and the Wolves, my board, they've catched out the Orgrim, but is there enough damage into the backline? Is the lane, and it is going to be no execute, but the Death on Sunset is going to be enough to take down the Netza, so that is some huge front line for the side of PSE being taken down.
Yeah, PSV going to be dropping their Clash Laner there, but not enough for BKLU to immediately go for the Shadow Overlord. They're going to try to force it now with the numbers advantage on their side, but something tells me, BLAM, that PSV will feel confident in trying to answer.
Yeah, I mean, there's no common skill flash from the Hue want to go in here, so maybe I look for a reset. They try to bait it here. We can kind of see a lane looking trying to approach the back line here. Cannon Blast is being committed there. It does land onto the Hue one, but it's not going to be the be-all or end-all. She can heal herself.
BKLU immediately pull off the Overlord. Once PSV dedicate all of their members there, there's no waves really pushing in on the bottom side to clear out what was a tier 1 turret that could be squashed out. So they're going to send the Nutza over, ensure that they push out the waves first before making another macro play.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to keep hold of that, right? It's just a little bit kind of like a bargaining chip onto the side of PSV here that they can use against BKLU to be like, hey, look, we still have the T1 down to the bot side of the map. We're pushing you pretty heavily here, and we can see that Netza, as well as the Pei, just delete the Ollie there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, once a Pei is in range in that Tiger form, that first empowered auto attack, without even using the first skill, closes the distance, and then you can pounce forward, and yeah, there's nothing that poor Arlie can do.
The Whirlpool being committed here, just bring in Orgren and the Elaine as well. Coming through to try and defend that high ground turret. We are seeing a lot of damage onto the Netza already. It is going to be the execute from the Orgren laid down there, but as you can see to the top side of the map, it looks like Chano's trying to get that Overlord to himself.
Yeah, he's soloing it for the squad. Yeah,
Woo!
high successful PSV once again displaying their absolute mastery of the macro game here in the second game of this final series for the KCS Western Europe region.
Yeah, it's exactly the pressure they needed, right? But it was also kind of created from the Pei, from the Netza, trying to get that push down to the bot side of the map. Meant that nobody from the side of BKLU was even looking at that neutral objective, right?
Bro, I hate to go off your point there, but what is this Pei cooking? Is that was that the lifesteal item? What is it? Doomsayer? Yeah.
I'll have to have a look when the itemization comes back up, but it's normally the item he normally goes for, especially one of the first 2 itemizations for Pei. If it is the Doom.
Really? Man, I never saw that being built on KMW. It was usually the Raptor Sword, which is like the jungle item, right? And then you had the Axe of Torment, and then the Master Sword. But already, you know, the Master Sword has been foregone in favor of the Frostcar Embrace. I mean, I'm honestly open to ideas.
He's on the
However,
run. It doesn't matter what he's got. The Doomsday comes through to him in the end. Doomsday clock strikes 12, and that means PSV are down their jungle. But at this time, that is not their focus. Their focus is these high ground turrets into the Clash lane, into the mid lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if I'm just mistaking the item icon for something else that looks similar. You know, I got the Frostcar Embrace confused with the item active that's currently in the Neza's inventory at the
Pure
moment.
Sky.
So, yeah, Pure Sky.
I'll have a gander
My
when it pops up on the
unfamiliarity
screen.
with the
But
icons here, BLAM.
it's all good. It's all good. It's why I'm here. It's why I'm here. But here we go. Okay, Shadow
you.
Tyrant is up. Potential. All team fight here could go place. We do see a lane is at the top side of the map, but they do have the Chow here to use the Eye of Whirlpool if it needs to be. Taken down. Here comes the Eye of Whirlpool into the board, but it's going to be Chano getting the kill onto the Chow. It does go over to the side of BKLU, but is it going to be enough damage that gives over the victory to the side of BKLU now in this team fight? But he takes down the lane. He gets the execute onto Wu Yan as well. So overall, 2-2 trade. Make that a 3-2 trade for PSV as they were taking that around the neutral objective, but they do lose some real estate across the board.
And big note here for PSV, that high ground turret that is in the farm lane on BKLU's base, it is very low. on health at the moment. And that is the big target that Pei is trying to sneak in and guarantee.
Yeah, all it needs is like what, maybe like one bounce attack on there or something like that, maybe, just from the Pei, especially if he's building a Doomsday. I mean, what has he got here? He's got the Doomsday, he's got the Pure Sky, and it looks like he's built the Axe of Torment. So yeah, it is the Doomsday that does come through there for the Pei.
Huh. I'm not trying to, like, you know, gaslight you, and I'm definitely trying not to gaslight myself, but I'm very positive I never saw Doomsday being built on the Peis we saw at KMW. So it just, to me, it's really interesting, but I like the cook. You know, I'm trusting in it.
Yeah, it's worth doing a little bit of homework. I'm off the top of my back, I'm pretty sure it didn't come through in the Major West League. But hey, we're in the KCS now, right? I mean, this is going to be the fight for the overall grand finalist of this series. And already been taken down is the Yixing, so that's a lot of damage for the side of PSV being taken off the board as they are looking to try and push this mid T2 as well with the crashing in minion wave. At the same time, they're just taking a lead out of PSV's book here, taking 2 objectives at the same
Overlord
time.
has been defeated.
Really good objectives pickups here for BKLU.
Yep.
They're once again trying to see if they can force PSV on the back foot now that
has
this
destroyed
composition
a tower.
has kind of regained control of the state of the map here. High Ground's turret is still under threat on the side of BKLU, but PSV can't not really afford to send any members to go for that play. Oh!
No, they can't. Oh, okay. Oh, it's going to be the teleport back that really just saves the Chow there. So nicely played there by the side of BKLU. It means everybody is into the bot side of this map now. This is the pressure that PSV do not need as they lay down the board in hopes to try and drive them away from that T2 into the bot lane.
Tier 2 secured for the side of BKLU, and that's all that they need to stay for on this map play. PSV is trying to hold the line as much as possible, but now someone is going to have to deal with this enhanced Overlord Vanguard in the Clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, we're just still looking at the same kind of like macro playstyle here for the side of PSV. They're just kind of trying to keep one of them away. I mean, to be honest, Skyfall from Netza means that he does have the kind of privilege to do that. But oh, the Chow goes down once more. Orgrim comes through the wall pool. Is going to be enough to try and take down the Hue-1. No, we use the wall is my board to trap the Orgrim and the lane for now, but it looks like they're trying to use the Taking Liberties to do enough damage onto the side of Ali. Ali looking pretty low there, but Netza is having to kind of force back into his team to be the front line that they need as they push the Motsu and the Orgrim here. If they can take these two down, it is going to be a very interesting next few minutes.
Look at the pain!
Side of BKLU, but he's able to take the high ground turret into the bot side of the map. They got to be careful. The minion wave is collapsing in the mid wave. Orgrim here trying to fight a 3v1 for his life. He gets taken down once more.
And the Pei survives in the 1v2 collapse. He went on a solo mission. Once he got the first assassination onto the Da Chow, he knew that his time with his team was over. It was up to PSV to defend on that top side as a 4-man by themselves, and he went on a long mission, BLAM. He beeline towards the mid lane, navigating through the top river, goes for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, sees that the high ground turret is finally in range to knock down easily, and that forces BKLU to scram. They try to send the Elaine after him. They try to send, I believe it was the Arlie after him as well. They're able to pop the Sage's Sanctuary, but they cannot kill the Pei in the end.
But yeah, I mean, he had the Pure Sky as well. I believe he did activate that at the same time. So again,
oh yeah, it wasn't even Sage's Sanctuary. You're right.
End of life, yeah. So that came through. So again, a very clutch play for the side of PSV. They do have the increased damage here as well, which means it's going to be kind of very helpful here to try and take down the lane. But Orgrim, Motsu coming here to his aid. Trapped into the board is 3 right now. Hue-1 trying to tank a lot of that. She has the unending sorrow come through. The healing does come through onto that side of PSV. A bit of a fight into the backside of the map there as well. We see that the Chow is able to use the CFA to get out, but now the Isle War pool is still down. They aren't going to use it on the side of BKLU. It would be a little bit of overzealous because they could, if they lost the team fight at that point, that would have been it. Would have been it.
We're 40 seconds away from Tempest Dragon spawning, but yet there is a small timer where the Shadow Overlord will be available for the taking. They're going to try to see if they can burn it down as soon as possible. Never mind. Nope. Debated.
It's
anyway.
It's Gonzo.
Yep. It resets and now it has turned into the Tempest Dragon spawn instead. But PSV totally okay with that. Looking for the bot lane fight.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. I mean, we've already seen a lot of damage onto the side of the red team, right? I mean, Chano looking pretty low, but he gets the heals from the Q1 as well as himself. I believe he has built the Blood Weaver as well. So again, some self-sustain is gonna be good for the Chano. But right now, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1, until that Tempest Dragon is up. So we are getting a second Tempest Dragon game in this best of 5, Rafa.
Now the question is, BLAM, how many Tempest Dragons are we going to get in this game 2?
I don't know.
Are we
I don't
pushing
know.
for 2 again?
I mean, Ali's already kind of away from the team fight as well, right? I mean, trying to create that pressure for the side of BKLU because that's what they need, right? They're already down by 4k gold into this 20-minute mark. Activated items can actually be leveled up here. As you can kind of see, the Blood Rage has been activated, upgraded as well. So you've got to be careful into this late game team fights because they have all the utility that they need in their itemization. You can see Elaine already looking for a bit of a push here. He knows that the enemy jungler is not in that team fight and is looking for a bit of a split push here to apply pressure. Still, some more CC from a range coming through. We see the Path of Passing being used to try to lock onto Tianqing as well as the Cannon Blast does connect. Try to keep him in there, but he does have his passive active.
I mean, look at this pay. He's just tending to minion waves and trying to force BKLU to respond to him, which is giving PSV the advantage. And now finding an overhead fight.
Oh, onto the Ollie. The Sage's Sanctuary has been activated. She tries to use the Paracel. She locks herself in the box. Wall in my board is going to be used to be very aggressive there. That is going to be a 1-1 trade for now. Sage's Sanctuary across the entire of the gorge, but it is going to be a double kill coming in from BKLU's Organ right now, and that is exactly what they need going into this one. The last Sage's Sanctuary for the side of PSV has been used, and Skyfall is trying to be used as a deterrent to get out of this team fight. Is it going to be enough? Oh, he gets out alive.
And I think it's enough for PSV to force BKLU's hand away from this Tempest Dragon. Look, they're trying to start it up, but this thing is so damn tanky. They're forced to send the Dodge out to the bot side to tend to the waves. A lane already redeploying on the map, and PSV, they can threaten. Look, they're not tanky enough. They don't have enough damage between the two of these heroes to force this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, you don't have to kind of use it or bait in the Organ here, because if they were to get sent to this onto the side of PSV, they could just basically run the Organ down, and then that would be it, right? Like, you don't have Smite for a very long time, and then you also do get rid of that Sage's Sanctuary, which could be very detrimental into this next team fight between these two teams.
Elaine taking some time to tend to the minion wave on the bottom side, which forces the hand of the Pei to respond as well.
Pei has a lot of damage here. The
Careful.
CC Immune does come through. He uses the Blood Rage very early on to try and keep himself alive in that team fight. He knows that Pei has a lot of damage, but into the late game, it's not going to be enough to try and take this 1v1 against the Elaine, right?
Yeah, and it's got to be so frustrating for BKLU. Normally, if you see jungler on the opposite side of the map, that should be the signal. Rip the Tempest Dragon, but they can't because PSV, as a 4-man core, even without the Pei, are strong enough to hold their own.
Yes, I mean, they are strong enough to hold their own, right? They are able to take down the Chow as well, but looking to try and kind of mitigate that kind of advantage that they have is the Elaine trying to kind of tend his garden as the enhanced minion waves do come through into this farm lane, but this is kind of like the green light that they need onto the side of PSV. They don't have their jungler there. They have to be careful. They are trying to run down the Tempest Dragon, and this would be the first takedown of the day of the Tempest Dragon. Is going to go to the side of PSV. That is another one for themselves.
How infuriating must it be for BKLU that they can't even stop a Tempest Dragon for PSV that doesn't even have their jungler around for a Smite contest? It's just because BKLU are not able to contest this 4-man, even with the power of Ogren slinking on in. It's not enough, and now Tempest Vanguard's on the side of PSV.
Yeah, being chunked away already. A lot of health coming from the side, a lot of damage, sorry, from the side of the Chano here, especially with the Spirit Wolves, and probably the key reason they was able to get that Tempest Dragon as well is it's basically like having kind of like a fifth member there as well. But a lot of damage going up to the side of PSV. Kind of has to retreat right now, but they're able to get all the remaining higher ground choices and a lot of pressure that the side of BKL don't need. But there is going to be a team fight. Ali goes down. That's a lot of damage for on the side of BKLU that has been taken off the board. Conductor Soul's already been committed. We see that Motsu is the only thing standing between the Vanguards and that crystal, but Elaine gets the kill onto the Netzer for now. Double kill onto the Pei. This has to be their saving grace. That Chao is back with the leaping koi tides, but then we get the takedown. Chano gets the Motsu as they have one of the Vanguards at the crystal. One Hail Mary with the death on Sunset, but it is going to be the kill for the side of PSV.
Now that was an
Woo!
awesome ending where PSV are able to fight until the very end, pushing their advantage with that one and only Tempest Dragon secured. The Vanguards pushing through, laying auto attack after auto attack onto the crystal, and you could see how frantically PSV were. As soon as they were losing their Sage's Sanctuaries, they were quick on the fingers, Blam, constantly swapping and selling items as they are rezzing in the middle of the animation. That is just crucial, crucial decisions being made in microseconds. And it's proving to be, some of the difference makers here for PSV as they're now 2-0 in the series.
2-0 in the series, and we were saying in the introduction, right, like the fact that the BKL need to kind of take a point at this game too, because now they are 2 points behind. That is 2-0, and that's kind of like a very steep sort of mental mind state to come back from, right? But from what we've seen in these past 2 games, though, is that BKL can do it. It's just the execution into their late game is very fumbly. Like, they don't have that early pressure into these lanes that PSV do have.
Mm-hmm. And looking ahead into game 3, Blam, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what you do as BLKU. Like they tried, 2 different flavors. The first composition they had was a little bit more aggressive. It didn't necessarily, give them the edge, and they didn't even have to play against the Pei. Second game around, they play against the Pei. There's a lot of invades that they have to deal with. They are able to show that at least they're finding answers into them, but somehow PSV macro still arrives all the same, still stronger in the end. And when it comes to the clutch factor, Blam, I think PSV just got it tenfold.
Yeah, I mean, will they answer to the macro or will they answer the call? I mean, that is going to be the question that needs to be answered in this game 3 after this short break. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. Get some snacks. We're in for a long one. Right, we are back with the potential match point, and
Woo!
honestly, I don't feel like it's gonna go any less than 20 minutes, Rafa. That seems to be the kind of tradition within this best of 5, within the finals of the King's Campus Series Western Europe Finals.
Yeah, BLKU at least have been able to push the side of PSV to the
Mhm.
very limit, back to back games in this series. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to clutch it out when it matters most, and it has been PSV victorious in both scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, it's all down to these like little macro plays though, right? Like you can see it from the Chano, you see it from the Pay as well. They're just able to just focus the macro, which is really the showing the difference between PSV and BKLU. They only do it when it's a little bit too late, right? Like they only start to sort of take the turrets when they take it a little bit personal, right? Like you see that PSV's taking it a lot across the game, all game long, and then BKLU's like, oh, they've taken our turrets. I want to take your turrets too. You know, that seems to be
Yeah.
their kind of like attitude in this series so far.
Yeah, and it's just the small pockets or the small
Mm.
windows that PSV constantly find themselves not waiting and hesitating to, spring those objective trades and turret structures demolishing in their
Yep.
favor, right? I mean,
Mhm.
we once again when you're playing something like the Pay, right? You do not have that much power once it gets to the 5-on-5 fighting stage. So you can't just, go into those 5-on-5s thinking, okay, well, maybe a straggler will, go. No, go split push. Go put pressure on the cross side of the map. And that the Pay for the side of PSV was
Yep.
very aware of that, constantly pushing the lane. The fact that PSV's 4-man core was strong enough at the late game stage to hold off the other 4-man squad of
Mm.
BLKU, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff, but we're going to see what they're going to draft in this Game 3 BP now. And already on the cards, Rafa, you're going to get your Pay once more. What is PSV doing here, and what is BKLU thinking without banning this? But they do actually ban out one of their kind of like seismic picks that I feel like has been kind of dominating in the series, which is the Yixing.
No more World is my board for PSV. We'll have to see what the exchange is. They snipe away the Dolia, so at least denying something like a double Death at Sunset combo since the lane is still available.
The lane's still available. We do have obviously the Dune and Dolia combo. It's coming true and tested for PSV. I believe it wasn't in this series, or it was in the previous series against TQ. But they're going to still lock in that early. They don't want to give it over to PSV, which I can't blame them. It's not like BKLU have had a kind of like subpar performance on the early. It's just the kind of positioning and maybe even the kind of the control that Yixing's been bringing in this game as well. It's kind of made it hard for the early to shine as well.
And it's been a tough look for BKLU's jungler to really find a consistent jungle force to be reckoned with. Game 1, the Ying, there was very little impact made. The Ogren, at least, was kind of a more reliable tank for the side of BKLU, but they had to, survive through a lot of early game invades and resource denial on the side of PSV. Both of these games, it's been the Agudo banned away from him.
Yep. The Agudo ban being banned out here, but honestly, I gave Nets a little bit of jip in that game too, right? Like, he definitely was the kind of late game frontline they needed. I mean, is there kind of better alternatives like the Zhongfei, like maybe even the Lu Bang, right? But it clears to see that it's like their clash lane on the side of PSV. That's one of their comfort picks. And pairing that with the Dolia is an interesting one as well, because they have double the Skyfall, right?
Yeah, but talk about global range. The Nua locked in for the mid lane of PSV. So now you have the emergence that can, allow this Nua to roam to a side lane at a moment's notice. But also, if you have long range engage and you see this Dune or the Neza going for, backline deep engages, you can follow up with an annihilation from across the gorge.
Absolutely. I mean, you can even like push and prod around, especially with her skills and like using those boxes, just to kind of like make sure they can try to maneuver those kind of slippier heroes on the side of BKLU into the positions that they need them to be in, right? But at the same time, it does kind of substitute the damage that Yixing normally brings to the side of PSV, especially with this newer, and then they pair it off with a little bit more burst, a little bit more late game potential, the Lung here, which we haven't seen, admittedly, that much today.
5 seconds
only once in our first series.
First
And it
game of the
was
day.
at the hands of VVV. Not really able to get much done there. BKLU, though, they are throwing down the gauntlet, Blam. They run back the dot chow for that global pressure, as well as a pay lock-in this time for their own jungler.
Honestly, the Chow onto the side of BKLU, I felt like was the saving grace of the last game. But now they're pairing that with the Hue 1 as well. Obviously, that's going to be a lot more sustain, a lot more CC coming through, not only kind of just relying onto the leaping Koi Tides, you're going to have the CC from the Hue 1 as well. It's also going to bait a lot of the skills, kind of try and be a pseudo backline, and then let the lane kind of just roll through and then do the rest of the damage, especially onto picks like the Nua and the Loom.
All forces, move out!
Here we are, Blam. Match point between PSV, or at least match point for PSV. 2-0 in the series. If BKLU want a chance to deny that KCS first Western European title to the likes of PSV, they're going to have to make the long comeback starting in this third game.
I mean, PSV so far have had a flawless victory, right? Like, all the way from the quarterfinals to now, they have pretty much not lost a single round, so maybe they're just trying to go out with a pure completionist strategy, right? Like, don't drop a single round. Let's show the rest of the teams how flawless we are in the Honor Kings Campus Series #1 within the Western Europe League.
They're looking for that any percent speed run, Blam. That is incredibly based from the side of PSV. We'll see if they can achieve it here, or if BKLU will play spoiler and be the first team to make PSV drop a game. They were definitely super close. Game 1 was the closest look that we had seen so far. You could have imagined that had that siege gone any other way, it could have been a different story.
Ooh, I mean, look at that, though. I mean, look at the Netzer. They have 2 smites onto the Netzer as well, so they're looking like they're going to run a double smite tactic here. So when it gets to those late-game neutral objectives, you can have the Skyfall come through straight on top of you, double smite, boom, boom. That's a lot of damage on these neutral objectives.
I definitely like boom, boom. Hey, gonna face check this rush.
Oh, yeah, don't make sure that you get caught out there. That is going to be the pay getting hit with the wind rush. The wind slash coming through. Oh, first blood. Actually going over the PSV this time. Okay, so
Emergence allowing this Nua to follow.
Annihilation. Oh, that's so much damage onto the side of BKLU. They can't really kind of sustain this in the early game.
Now, Blam, normally if you fall behind as a pay, it spells disaster. I'm going to give BKLU some breathing room as the play is made on top side.
Yep, top side is a bit of a 3v1, but the Skyfall is going to be his saving grace there. We do see a bit of a teleport here from the Chow, but it's not going to be kind of seen through. They don't really need that upside there because able to get that T1 territory saves the Natsa.
Pay trying to find a way back into a at least snowball position for this game. Still can, farm up a bunch of their camps and look for ways to play off of the first item spike with that Axe of Torment. So not completely over for this pay, but PSV already in a really nice spot to open up this third game.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see here that the Chow and the Hue 1 combo, right, really kind of showed, like, potential there. Like, the amount of leaping Koi Tides, the amount of CC then, the sustain coming through was pretty, like, unstoppable as they were approaching that T1. Like, if they had just a little bit more wiggle room and did it a little bit earlier, they would be able to take down either the Loom or the Dolia. We do see the teleport come through the Nua here as well. A little bit of an overstep. Hue 1 a bit stuck in the jungle. She does still have a common skill up, so she can flash over the wall if needs be.
We're about 35 seconds away before the Tyrant and Overlord spawn for the first time on the gorge here. They're in the river, trying to see if they can spot out this play. Uh-oh.
Gotta be careful. Okay, the Unruly Blade does get committed onto the side of BKLU, but they're able to use the Sea of Fate to get out of there. Elaine has come through, however. The Death at Sunset is going to be linking onto the Doom, but Doom's going to be tanky. Even at level 6, Annihilation actually doesn't hit anybody, so that's a big whiff, but they can have another one at the same time. The damage coming through. Natsa gets the kill onto the pay.
The Overlord
And
and
they're
It
not
seemed
done that.
pretty Jover for. Oh, they're gonna continue the dive here, Blam. PSV just want to take everything away from BKLU. They've got him cornered.
An enemy.
Got him cornered between the T1, right? I mean, Netza as well there, using the Sea of Fate to get the pay out of there, I believe it was. But also, the Ali was able to go back to this T2 territory, trying to bait to the side of PSV, but that just led right open that neutral objective.
BKLU still have some time to be able to find some solid answers back into this game, but with how much more early power has been leveraged on their side, and yet it's PSV getting the best of them.
Oh, too much CC for the Chao to even handle.
BLAM, this might be the quickest game of the series. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if this one is actually gonna go towards Tempest Dragon. BKLU are gonna need to calm down and really focus up just to slow the pace of this game down, because PSV are starting to roll away with the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely focusing a different turret here, right? Like, ideally, their MO has been the side lane T1s, but right now, they've opened up the mid T1, and the Flaming Palms almost just almost annihilated the Ali there.
2,000 gold advantage for the side of PSV at 5.5 minutes. We're closing in on the 3,000 gold advantage. Play on top.
Skyfall, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, a bit of a first kill onto the board for the side of BKLU. It's definitely what they needed here. Ali's got to be careful. She did use the launch pads to get back into that T1 territory, but it's a little bit too late. Minion wave crashing in. That's another T1 to the side of PSV.
Blue team has destroyed
2v1 on the bottom side. Arlie's got to be careful here. Already using the power of this pressure. 4-man towards the bot side. That's a tier 2 gone.
T2 gone into the farm lane. That means Arlie has no safe space to farm up. She's going to be relying onto the blue side of the jungle, right, to try and basically farm up to be safe, and trying to match the Lung here onto the side of PSV, because right now I can see that the Lung is level 8 as well as the Ali, but overall that terms of that global gold lead is around about 3k difference.
Good use of the whirlpool there by Dachao to escape danger. Was getting a little dicey there. Tier 2 mid lane under fire now.
I say, we can see here that Lung can afford to be aggressive, right? He has the infinite fastness still available to use if he needs to get out of these sticky situations. CF8 being committed here means that the Chao is going to be able to get back there alive as well. But who may not is potentially this Pei, right? We do see the Nua coming down, drops the Annihilation, doesn't quite hit the Pale there, as we're looking for that target Pei.
Unruly blade right into the middle of every member there for BKLU, just showing dominance and pushing them out of their own jungle quadrant.
Oh, I mean, this is, oh, okay. The, not quite the Annihilation coming through there, but it was going to be enough to take down the Chao, so they're not going to have the CF Fate or the either Whirlpool at this point in the game. But honestly, this is where Doom really shines, right? When you're playing so aggressive and your teams, you don't have to baby the lanes. You can just kind of go in and be like, guys, we're going in with the Unruly Blade. Let's commit. Let's get these T1s. Pei gets taken down there as well at the top side of the map from Lung. And there it is. The Death on Sunset comes through. Actually claims the Dahlia.
But is that enough here for BKLU? I mean, it's still only a 2,000 gold advantage for the side of PSV, but this is going to give them the opportunity to take up tier 1 on the top side since Neza was unmatched. PSV are now going to bleed this advantage, taking over this entire jungle quadrant on the top side.
Yeah, I mean, they got to be careful, right? If they lose that T2 at the top side of the map, it's pretty much kind of like good night Irene, right? They are definitely going to be at a loss for that jungle. We do see the CC coming through from the Huan as well as the Annihilation, trying to pick up the lane there. If he was just a little bit more few centimeters to the right, he would have been going down.
Thankfully, I understand what centimeters are. You know, freedom units are not completely dominating US. However, PSV are dominating BKLU.
Yep, here comes the emergence as well from the Nua. Just putting a lot more pressure onto the side of BKLU. Oh, the Skyfall! It connects onto the Pei, but it's going to be the Nua picking up the kill there. So a lot of damage, a lot of pressure from across the map is being placed down onto BKLU. I mean, this is 8 minutes and 30 seconds, RAAFAA, and they already have a dominant foot through the door.
5,000 gold advantage for PSV. Now, this isn't the first time, or it wouldn't be the first time the PSV have chucked a 5,000 gold advantage in this series, but the way that BKLU are just really tripping over themselves trying to answer PSV on all these macro plays has been PSV dominant and favored.
Straight to the back line there is going to be the Elaine trying to just keep away to tear the side of PSV, but they do take a lot of damage onto the Natsa there, but at the same time, Lung is able to take out the Elaine. They push, and he's able to use the infinite fastness to get out of that reach there. Would have been overzealous for any other hero, but it means they can take the high ground turret into the bot side of the map as well. PSV are on a clean streak here. They only lost their T1 into the clash lane.
That's right. high ground turret already unlocked at 9 minutes into the game. PSV are now setting themselves up to just really be a few good fights away from trying to close out this game if they are near the farm lane side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta be careful, right? We can kind of see that Pei and Yuan are just kind of like trying to go around the jungle just so he can try and get a little bit more farm to himself, get a bit more itemization go up to the side, because that's what they're definitely struggling with, right? I mean, they are down by about 4k gold difference for now. They need to make sure they can try to claim that gold lead back for themselves, but can they at this point? Especially with how aggressive PSV are being and how much damage we've already seen being taken onto the Chow there. Able to use the Sea of Fate to get out alive is just basically going to be the Hail Mary here for the side of BKLU.
It's been such a fun watch of global powers being used by both teams to either outplay or quickly collapse onto stragglers on either side. BKLU don't lose any members in the trade, but the Shadow Tyrant is secure for PSV.
Yep, once more, just trying to knock her at the Sea of Fate. Oh, denying the exit back to base. Do not pay your fine as you go to jail. Past go on the side of BKLU as they push it again. Pei gets taken down once more. They're looking to keep putting pressure onto the side lane of the map. There goes down a lane with the annihilation into the crystal territory, just trying to take down the Ollie as well. PSV going for a 4-0 trade as they are approaching the T2 turret into the clash lane.
I mean, it's 2 seconds on Da Chow, but it's only a Yuhuan. I don't know if it's going to be enough. This could just be it. This could be the series.
Through. Yep, with the annihilation and the minions, it is going to be PSV with the clean sweep of the KCS Western Europe Finals, being your finalists and being your first place holders this time around for the Collegiate, Course, and League.
Pheasant Snow Village was undoubtedly the best team that we had here in the Honor of Kings Campus Series here in Western Europe. And even though we didn't get a chance to see them before today's matches in the semifinals, I think the story would have been the same had we looked back through their match history, throughout the quarterfinals, through the qualifiers themselves. The fact that they were able to just mark their dominance in every single game that they showed themselves on the Gorge, it's undisputed, and they are rightfully so deserving of being champions here for the KCS.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a 3-0, 2-0, 2-0 into the quarterfinals. That's exactly what they need. And look at that dream run, right? This is the first Honor of Kings Campus Series for the Western Europe League. And Pheasant Snow Village have been able to just go all the way with clean sweeps. I mean, honestly, BKLU